Alright, I don't know how well this is gonna work. There's something that went wrong after an update or something. Huh. My mic's volume level is all borked. Anyways, I hope this works out. Okay, let me check this. Well, this is unexpected. Let me monitor this for a sec. Testing, testing, testing. One, testing, testing. Hello? It's cutting. Alright. Well, this is going to be bad. Give me a sec. Alright. This is the best I got for today. I think my mic... So something changed about my mic. Maybe a Windows update or something happened that caused the mic to lose like half of its output. So weird. Anyways, I hope this is okay. I guess we'll find out later. Alright, folks. Welcome back. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は28日目です。Day 28. Probably gonna be a little slightly crackly or somewhat. Maybe some peaking. Check on. I have to replace my mic. Oh no. Been such a workhorse for all these years. Okay. Alright. So today is gonna be a short day. I guess that's very convenient. So coincidentally, it's gonna be a short day. Unless these things unlock some vocabulary lessons. We're not in the... It doesn't look like we're in the pace for tomorrow's level up. I guess we'll find out. Have no mistakes yesterday, so we're not gonna cover anything, really. There were some low points, right? Low points were, for old. What was the mnemonic for old? Oh? I think the mnemonic was young people have little appreciation for old things, so ko. Let me check this one more time. That level seems a little bit low. Give me a sec. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, one sec. Well, this is the best I got. Alright. So, just get into it before my mic explodes. Unexpected. was the thing behind this? Oh, you know what? It could be one of the filters that changed. No, doesn't look like it. Alright. Okay. I think my mic is finally calling it quits soon. What did they say about the changing read on Descend? Find out. Just that you need to remember it. Yeah. Uh, wait. Oh. Guess we can just use. I don't have a backup mic. This AT2020 has been my workhorse for. It's actually my first mic. The AT2020 has been my only standalone mic. How long has it been? 12 years? Maybe? Non-stop use? What was the mnemonic for this one? Yoshi. It's Joe and she. Oh, I suppose. Just need to know it's Onyomi and we have both. I just went over this. Oh. Muy bien car. I remember. Oh. I guess we. Yeah. Either she or Ko. So, but purple. Okay, we got 2 lessons. Not too bad. All right. So this is a kun. We already know a kun reads, so Hirogeru? Read something? This is actually new. Hirogeru. Unfold something. Oh, yeah. Open up something. Transitive. Ichidan. Checks out. The kanji sub means wide, and the version is what happens when you try to make something wider. Yeah, to make something wide, to spread it out. How do you make something wider? That's right. You have to spread something, to unfold something, or to open something up. Right. All of those actions will make a thing wider. Alright. Transitive. Takes a direct object.
Hirogeru.
Checks out. Hirogeru. You are going to spread something. What are you going to spread? How about your arms so that you can fly into the sky like the superhero? Oh, that's cute. Most heroes can fly when they spread their arms. Now, there's a mnemonic for this. So, but this is our only read. That's interesting. They didn't go with so there's, okurigana after the kanji, so you kun, and the only kunri we have is hiro. Context. Oh, hey, now they're just context sentences. Oh, interesting. There's no extra stuff. Intriguing. Wait, is this a change or probably like this? I have no point of reference. Let me change. I have to adjust all the filters, unfortunately, because the noise gate is too high now because of whatever is going on with my mic, unfortunately. No Windows update last time. I thought it was a Windows update. Let's see. So, 日本にワイルスを広げたのは水だった。 It was water that spread. Oh, interesting. Okay, so right. So hirogeta no hirogeta no wa so it's the water that spread the virus, that virus in Japan. Yes. Yeah. That, all right. I know it's translated right underneath, but I was going through it, like just going through it myself. Let's see. Otona 3人3人でブランケットを広げた。Okay. 中に入ってすぐ入ってすぐ炎広げた。Interesting. As soon as, so sugu. Oh yeah. The one that I'm most familiar with is mosuku, right? Mosuku, but yeah, and it's shortened as soon as possible for sugu. So inside, haite sugu. So that you open the, yeah, as soon as you get inside, yes, and then open the book, spread open the book, open the contents of the book. Huh, neat. Or opened, because it's past tense. Well, these are in the past tense. All right. Next one. Hiroi. Yep, Hiroi. That's my prototypic Hiroi and Hiroshima. I know it's a name, but that's how I get my prototypic read for the kunyomi. Wide is wide. Wide is spacious. All is good in the world.
Hiroi.
Hiroi. Oh, okay. So I see. So the more like specific vocabulary, they don't have like common word combinations and pattern use. I see. So it's like whatever's appropriate. A wide forehead. Oh no. Odeko. Odeko ka. Ooh, Odeko. His forehead, huh? Odeko ka hiroi. Open-minded. Shin? No, wait. I don't have a kun read for sing yet. Oh, maybe it's just sing because it's very important, because it's already written here, which means that I might have already known the read for it. The only get. Oh wait, no, sing is onyomi. Since it stands alone, I would typically look for a kun. Oh no, it stands alone, so we would go onyomi. Yeah, so shin ga hiroi. Yeah, probably shin. Supesu. The space is spacious. Nice. このキッチン、カウンター、すごく広いね。Yeah, すごく very. Oh no, what was this? I don't use this very often. What were our reads for these things? We had Eugene. Eugeneのアパートはなかなか広いです。芯が広い人にね。or 人 yeah. I think Hito. Oh no, it might be Hiroi Jin. Wait. Nah. That's probably Hito. Hito ni naritai. Naritai. Oh, that's kind of cute. All right. It just carries, right? Hito carries Hito following most frequency rules. And we have to write and not misspell spread, but something to give it a direct object. And that's it for the day. Yeah, outside of the technical audio issues, I'm pretty confident that my mic is probably slightly clipping and whatnot. I haven't changed these settings in like several years, and then something happened today. I tried to mess around with the hardware, right? I unplugged and like just to see if I might have accidentally jostled something short, but it definitely looks like it's either a software thing or the capsule in my mic has not long in this world, so I have to go look for, I gotta start scouting for an alternative mic. It would be sad to retire this mic. It's been doing so much for me. All right, yeah, we might as well do our due diligence, right? No, gotta do our due diligence. Oh there, Procall. It's going all right. I had an early technical issue today. I think my decade-old mic is experiencing some input frequency problems now, and experienced it today live, so I was doing some mic check in the beginning. Wasn't really expecting that. However, we're gonna have to go and figure this out afterwards. How are you doing? Just wrapping up here on Japanese. On WaniKani. Let's do harmonics. So quickly. Oh, you know what? We could do it even more afterwards. But you know what? For monics, maybe we should do it this way. Yeah, let's do it this way. Right? Oh, no, wait, we can't do it this way. All the stuff is written there. No, never mind. Just kidding. Oh, well, actually, we can do the 4 additional reviews. That, I guess it just turned 7 o'clock. Oh, yeah. Alright, there we go. You're doing well, thanks. Do you think you'll get a new mic, or do you think you can make this one last a while longer? I don't know. I had to quickly, since I already knew how my mic settings work, I quickly had to add 15% gain, lower the gate, the open gate and the closed gate, and I had to modify my input volume on the fly, and it's looking like it's reaching not quite the level that I want, and then there's probably some sizzling now at this point. So I might end up looking for a new mic if it's the capsule that's the problem. I will probably this evening go and try to clean out and then, you know, plug it all together, reconfigure it, and see if it helps. But yeah, I looked at mics for some time. I looked at mics for some time now. Like I follow audio equipment quite a lot, but I only buy things fall apart. So this mic has been with me for I did the math. I did some quick math earlier. It has been with me for 12 years. And it's been used for at least 5 or 6 hours every single day, nearly every single day for 12 years or more. So we averaged the 12 across even the days I don't use for the last 12 years. This has been used for at least on average 5 hours a day, every single day. It's the Audio Technica AT2020. So since then, there has been some really, really fun, like cool new mics and whatnot, even preamped mics. So I like to not mess around with audio interfaces. So this mic predates the need for boosted audio interfaces for like very strong, like different types of mics. And even this mic has lasted me past the point of having like now integrated preamps and whatnot. Like the solution has gone past that. So I'll see. I'll see. It has worked efficiently. I don't expect getting like I will end up splurging. Usually most of the time things like mics that I use pretty much nonstop. Anything that I use pretty much nonstop now. The turnover equipment is going to be something a little bit exotic, you know, a little bit expensive, right? Because I don't like to replace these. I don't like replacing my mic or having to replace my mic every like 3 or 4 years for the next like trendy thing. I don't know what I will get. You know, we could go the trendy, the super time tested like SM7B with a preamp or something. Or maybe something more neutral. I'm a neutral kind of guy, so maybe something like what is that thing called? Actually, you know, might look into I don't remember mic names. See. Do you like audio equipment? Oh yeah, the Electro Voice, right? The Electro Voice RE, what was the model name? Is it RE20? Yeah, the RE20 maybe? Something safe. Something safe. I mean, I still would strongly recommend for mid-range mic probably still the say the updated AT2020. It's not. It's been a workhorse. Mic technology doesn't change at the pace as others, but there is one that I kind of like. I forgot what they're called. They have like this red. I don't like their logo design because it's red. There's so much red. I'm not the biggest fan of red. I know it's very hot for other peeps, but not for myself. Ah, more things to do in the evening. Anyways, let's go over last routine, and then today is a short session. Do you like audio equipment? Do you mess around with audio equipment at all? I like watching people talk about audio equipment. I like watching passionate people talk about like nerding out things that I can't appreciate, but at the same time, just enjoying how excited they get whenever they talk about stuff, audio equipment, their GPU numbers, and things that move at a fairly brisk pace. All right, do this. spoon, winter, dry, canopy, fingers, window, heart, direction, stool, fur, father, old, roof, ask, arrow, door, poop, towel, life, now, hat, triceratops, ice, stone. Is streaming something you just do for fun, or are you hoping to turn it into a job? I don't think I don't think anything is gonna come close to a job. In general, I like doing things because they're for self-improvement. In terms of jobs, I this is gonna be a little bit of a hot take. I consider jobs when they are vetted and have standardization. So in the field of streaming and content creation, I don't believe, personally, for standards, I believe that it is far too nebulous to turn content creation into a job, personally. If I were to get a job, there is a chance I might enter the workforce again. I actually don't work, so I don't have a existing job. I don't do anything professionally. Yeah. You should have said hoping to turn it professional. Unfortunately, like, I don't know what is considered professional because content creation in general hasn't been normalized, and that makes me uncomfortable. So if I had to say something, I think other people might see me as a professional in the future, possibly. However, I would not consider myself a professional, largely because there's no standards to compare it to, right? It's not like someone out there saying a streamer must do the following in order to be vetted as a professional streamer, or like a YouTuber. You know how here, like, you ever get those, like, you ever watch like YouTube content? Ever watch YouTube content where YouTubers, like very viral YouTubers, have to answer frequently asked questions, and one of them is, do you consider yourself a YouTuber or a professional? Like it's like one or the other, and oftentimes the person would say something like, oh yeah, you know, I don't really refer to myself as a content creator. Professionally, I'm a voice actor, that kind of thing. Or I'm thinking of a very specific person, but I'll let you use your imagination. If you make money off of it, that makes it professional. That's the definition you're going off of. Well, if that's the definition, I've been a professional since after 3 months of starting streaming. I'm being a little pedantic, but technically I made money off of something since like 3 months in, which was over 6 years ago. And technically, like, for transparency and all, there are people like my friends, right? People who know me, my friends, long-standing friends, they subscribe. So the whole definition of things like jobs have been a bit of a gray area recently with all the different ways you can make money nowadays. Yeah, exactly. So I typically don't define professional jobs as money anymore because it's very tough, right? Like even before the whole content creator field and whatnot, there were differences in how you make money. Professionalism and academics make different types. They view money very differently. So most of the time, I have a more stringent thing. So would it need some sort of government rules or regulations in your mind? I think it needs a universal agreement, and it doesn't have to be government. Like, the private sector makes standardization a lot of times. However, most of my life was based on government regulations. So if that is one avenue of ways of setting professionalism, right? The tough part about using words like experts, professionals, this is in the implication that there is a standard that you can compare it to. So I am incredibly uncomfortable to say to anyone that I'm either an expert, a professional, trained something because you don't have a standard to be trained. Like, for example, a basic minimum for a streamer is being held accountable for influence. And that is not a thing. At least in the United States, that is not a thing. It's not standardized practice across the board. So streamers are not held accountable, or like content creators, including myself, are not held accountable for indirect influence and behavior, right? You have TOS, and that's as light as it gets. When I am a scientist, for example, when I was doing research, the paper that I ultimately publish after 4 or 5 years of research, it is easily one of the most heavily proofread, axed, rigor way of putting out something, right? And there's no vetting process on what you can place other than like the most extreme cases, right? And even YouTube's regulations are viewed unprofessionally, in my opinion, as in people who argue against like, oh, you got to be careful about voicing opinions regarding encouraging physical violence and domestics and that type of thing. Even those, that is a borderline conventional knowledge, right? That's the things that people can agree on without adhering to standards. So that is already really tough. We know how that works, copyright music, right? Infringement, that stuff are like bare necessities, in my opinion. So I know that there are very professional people out there. The thing is, it's difficult. Everyone's going to have quote unquote an opinion on whether this person acted professionally or not. So most of the time you do the thing where, oh, this is a hobby, so I might be crap below the standard that you want. What is, I fail to be a professional Twitch streamer because I'm not actively hyping train and doing subathons and doing charity streams and then saying bruh like every 30 seconds. So that is someone else's example of a successful professional Twitch streamer. Well, that can be true. There aren't any rules, there aren't standards for it. In terms of money though, I think it takes what is a Twitch streamer? I think the average, even for a fledgling Twitch streamer, is like 3 or 4 months. You do a road to affiliate stream, and then you get the affiliate stream, and technically you made money. So then that qualifies you as a professional. And for myself, just for my own standards, I don't usually concern myself with other people's standards since it's not regulated. For myself, a professional, I am doing like, I'm barely scratching professionalism for myself, as in I have no deadlines, I have no thresholds, products to put out by certain time frames, no quality workflow that is stable and consistent. I don't have consistent clients, right? That those are the things that would make me start to feel like, oh yeah, I'm being a professional about things. I have no contractual duty to do anything. I get to choose whatever I do. That's a sole proprietorship. You could become a professional as a sole proprietorship, I suppose. Is my goal to go into a career based on molecular biology? I don't think so. That's probably not in the cards unless I meet someone who wants the closest thing I can see that blends everything. I like to do all the skills that I have. So in order for me to enter molecular biology again, right, it's been over 5 years since I worked in molecular biology. And that means a lot of things. It means I no longer have up-to-date privileged experience. Privileged as in proprietary, like privileged information that has not been published. So I'm not like in there, as well as most of the skills that I build revolve around communication. So I think the closest thing I could say that involves a professional career in molecular biology would be someone who works with either a biotech company and or a consultant in maybe the private sector. Academia is non-negotiable. Academia is non-negotiable largely due to the nature that I would need accreditation or experience. Or do I regret doing that PhD? I don't regret anything I do. I think that's a very young person. That's a very youthful and inexperienced point of view. Everything I do is the result of everything I do. So my ability to communicate, learn language is solely based on the idea that I have done a PhD. And molecular biology, that knowledge stays with me, but the skills stay with me. Like doing a PhD, maybe like a slight digression of what a PhD stands for me, right? What does a PhD stand for? The ability to solve problems, analyze problems, and innovate and create on those problems. So the semantics are semantics. What makes someone qualified, what does the PhD qualify you for is the ability to ascertain what the problem is intellectually, on an intellectual basis, solve the problem, and achieve a result that is desirable or sufficient, right? So that PhD, regardless of its context, molecular biology, it could have been any other discipline, really, because for myself, the PhD is a demonstration of being able to be proficient as a thinker, as opposed to the specific knowledge. Now, the specific knowledge dictates how you would be appropriate for a career as a jumpstart. So since I'm not in molecular biology anymore, I would have to catch up when I get in. So if an employer gives me the vote of confidence, it's like, well, we believe you can catch up in like months, months, so we'll invest in you. Then I would end up being in a molecular biology field again. However, it can be anything. I could join the JET program and go to Japan and be a teacher for English and Japanese. That I can solve that problem, right? Like, how do I get to be accepted in the JET program and then come up and develop a curriculum for teaching American English to Japanese people or something like that, or even work in a Japanese corporation. Those are the things that what makes PhD a PhD. The confidence in being able to explain stuff that you don't know and the things that you do know, and also how to improve yourself and where do you find new information. I haven't ever viewed my PhD education as an exclusive pass to privileged knowledge, largely because in academic science, you're there to contribute to the pool of knowledge, but that doesn't give you any like edge or anything in terms of skill work. That thing, those 3 letters at the end of my name tells, in my opinion, I would like to communicate to the people who see that as that I can solve problems. I can think and solve problems. I can observe things without blindly misconstruing or less likely to fail to rationalize, use logical steps like scientific method, right? Things like that. In order to get your PhD, one of the bottlenecks is to solve or introduce or observe and explain a phenomenon that no one else has ever seen or recorded yet. That is your thesis. The thesis is that it has to be novel enough in which you yourself solely integrating all the knowledge that precedes you in order to discover something. That is when you get a PhD in science. I'm not sure about others, right? I'm not sure about others. Perhaps like inventing something that no one else invented is your thesis for like an engineering PhD. But generally speaking, that's what it stands for. So when you contribute to the pool of knowledge, there's no regrets. You did it. I think being regretful is something that a person that doesn't have a life in intellectual pursuit would say more often. If I ask my friends, all my friends, by the way, I didn't share this, but my closest friends, my brothers from another mother, they happen to be brothers. All three of them also have PhDs. They happen to be identical triplets. We met in college, and then all of us went on to have PhD in science. And they're all doing different things. All four of us are doing variances of different things. But one thing for sure is, if I had to reflect, this is a personal bias because my friends are like me, but overall, we come to the consensus that the comfortable ability that going through a PhD process is, it provides us with the confidence, not arrogance, but the confidence that even if we approach things we don't know, and we don't know a lot of things in life, like most things, when we have to learn them, we don't know them. The confidence from that PhD education is we have no reservations, or very little reservation, that we will be able to learn and perform the task demanded of us intellectually, of course, at a proficient level, regardless if we start from zero or like we're the baller of privileged information. So in order to demonstrate that, most of the time 80 to 90% of my stream content is literally placing myself at a disadvantage all the time. So I call this a learning stream. However, learning streams are not popular on Twitch nor on YouTube. And when I mean by popular, I mean relatively. What typically streaming content is now is to see professionals, right? And it's not the professionals that get paid as the qualification. Right now, the nebulous trend of what a professional content creator is that they're good at the skill that they're displaying. Unfortunately, the skill that I want to display as maybe perhaps someone that has a PhD is the skill to learn and the skill to communicate, how to overcome things you don't know. How do you solidify and acquire that knowledge permanently or integrate it efficiently? And that involves me constantly sharing records of me making mistakes, troubleshooting them, and then iterating on whatever I'm doing, right? It's not about showing the most efficient way, the best way of doing things. Most of the time, the streams that I create and the things that I do are me out of my element. Most of the time is me out of my element. So when someone comes in, they don't ever ask what I'm trying to demonstrate. They typically see what I'm demonstrating, and usually they have this perception that I don't take learning as a professional skill, right? So then we go back to your first question about is streaming something I do for fun, or is it hoping turning into a job? If there are lots of conditionals, but I think I would settle on I would be more comfortable as saying that I want to turn this into a professional job if, and these are big ifs because I don't control public opinion or social trends, right? I can try to influence them, but that's not, I don't really like doing that. One social trend is that learning supersedes proficiency, which that's not probably not going to happen. Individuals are more likely to build skills on live streams. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's not trending. For every one video of a carpenter going through like days on end, hundreds of days, working on their proficiency skills, like elevating their proficiency skills, like trying to become a professional, right? Trying to be a master craftsman. There are hundreds of existing master craftsmen, or whatever that skill is, showcasing how they are better than each other, right? It's a rat race, or whatever you call it. It's the hare wins most of the time. The figurative hare wins 9 out of 10 times on the internet. So if that societal shift changes, I can see myself becoming a professional for this. I don't need to become a professional, nor do I need a job like of this nature. If the opportunity presents itself, I generally take all the opportunities that present itself. So one of them is societal trend in idiosyncrasy online, which is the idea that there are a lot of rewards and merits in demonstrating one's acquisition of a skill versus demonstrating the skill at its peak. And the reason why I say this is largely my concern about the inability for youth, non-intellectuals, that's not a bad or a good thing. We're talking about like labor workers, those who do not, like, I appreciate labor workers because they're good, like they do things I am unable to. I am unable to like literally make things, hit things, do flips. Like I can't do those things. From an intellectual standpoint, that ended up bleeding into an intellectual standpoint. There are no merits for long conversations, investigations, discussions, that type of nature. Podcasts are barely, in my opinion, a bridge for intellectual conversation, because podcasts are the starting things of two established people. They are not necessarily typically reconciling and discussing topics in the moment. That stuff is boring. Podcast is the most Spartan Notes, like TED Talk version of intellectual discussion. They both have agendas. They both come in. They're experts and professionals in their field, talking either at each other or expressing their ideas without necessarily changing them and tangentially discovering something in the process. So they're not necessarily learning for the sake of learning. They're exchanging ideas they already have a lot of time. There are efforts to doing that. However, that would be the professional content creation that I can envision myself. If someone started a company, like technically Hank Green did before, like multiple times, I would see myself working for someone like that. So like for the molecular biology thing, a career based on molecular biology, if there is a future trend that people require someone to disseminate information, and that happens to be things about molecular biology as a representative, and that company isn't motivated by using like FOMO, fear tactics, the maximalized social trends now, bombastic hyperbolic statements, cure-all, panacea stuff, bigger and better. And then also the second societal trend that I would say that would make it possible for a professional in the streaming content is normalization of people's ability to not form all of their opinions based on expectations presented by the internet. What does that look like? So when I say I'm a professional and I'm representing this product, the first thing I'll probably hear of the top 5 comments is, oh, this guy's a shill for this company. Don't listen to this guy because this guy works for this company, so there's no way this guy can objectively nor empathetically present a product without being in the pocket of the company. That is a leap of logic. Most of the time, those are ad hominem arguments, and most of the time, it's actually true right now because societal trends support that, incentivize that type of professionalism, right? It's a conflict of interest. So it's difficult to become a professional if there's no unified standard on how you become a professional. Usually professionals have enough leeway in saying, if you are a professional, there are criteria that you have met. However, like you and me, when we're describing what qualifies as a job and what qualifies as a professional, when it comes to streamers or content creators, that it's non-existent. So I prefer not to feed and poke the bear by using that terminology. I do not call myself an expert. I do not call myself a professional. Others do. Like, for example, if you're really good at a video game, you're a pro. That's it. My life and my history require that I meet a criteria that a large majority of my peers and colleagues agree on the standard. When someone says they call themselves a pro esports athlete, I don't even know how many people agree. Like, you could say, oh, my teammates think we're pros. Like, well, they're your teammates. What about your toughest opponents, your toughest critics? You need a third-party evaluation of your qualifications, not your best friends, right? And when I say my colleagues, I'm talking about my peers. As in science, when I publish something, my peers are my harshest critic because they're technically my competition. We're not talking about my coworkers who are in the lab with me. Those people do not evaluate my qualifications. You are stringently evaluated by a room of your competition, your harshest competition. So it's kind of like, do you expect an esports champion, like an esports guy, to ask their worst opponent, the opponent that hates them the most, to have a fair evaluation of their skill level? All I see right now, most of the time, 90% of the time, I see trash talk, budding of pride, budding of arrogance. That actually screams to me, it might be professional to them and acceptable to them, but it looks unprofessional to me, like that type of behavior. So quite literally, okay, figuratively, the vast majority of content that qualifies as professionals are largely unprofessional, and not in a bad way. It's unprofessional because there's no normalization. Like, for example, a very prominent figure that I watch seldomly nowadays broke several laws. And then what did that person do to wash all of it? They make a public apology, and that's it. And this person's well respected. They got a lot of leeway, but an apology for breaking laws is like, that's not. It's not professional, but I do believe in forgiveness, but I also believe in accountability. What allows this person to think it was acceptable in the first place is unprofessional and doesn't come with any it's on the hinge of public opinion. Hey Maku, classes are back in full swing, so it's been busy, very fulfilling this semester. All right, Valentine. I was just wondering when you were going to give me an update on your university. Sorry, I was droning a little. A new professor drove up from Florida. Intriguing. Wonder how Florida professors are like. Your physics professor is also studying Japanese. Interesting. So now you can talk to your physics professor in Japanese, right, Valentine? I would love to hear what that type of conversation is. Sorry, that was a little bit long, pro call. I thought about this. With every passing year. I have been streaming without any noticeable change in reception. But how I have gone about streaming and writing and stuff, I have enough stories and anecdotes to write several books, and I probably could collect all my notes and stuff and turn them into a book or something. That might be something. I do have this romantic dream, not that it has to be done. However, if the societal trends favor me, I could see myself releasing books in my mid-40s, but because I want to, right? Not necessarily because it will fulfill my life or anything. It will add to my. I think my life is incredibly fulfilling already, without having to add on juggling, fulfilling more expectations. I would love to do something professionally. It brings a lot of pride. I don't want to give you the false opinion. I'm very proud of how much. Yesterday I was talking about happy dollars. I invest a lot of happy dollars into doing this. There is so much the feeling of working together as professionals, right? Working together with other professionals to achieve something bigger than myself is incredibly palpable. And being an academic scientist was that thing. Like it was like fantastic. The day-to-day might not feel great because you learn to love it, at least in my opinion. I have learned how to be consistent for many, many years, watching negative data pile up, and then, technical problems pile up, and then continue to solve them. It normalized the problems I have to solve. However, I think, like many incredibly successful streamers and content creators and whatnot, if they had a different life before then, even at that peak success, I would say the most professional of them, the streamers and stuff, would probably concede that working in actual, I know I'm using that word, working in actual professional career is far more taxing and quote unquote, let's just use the word, harder than something that's unregulated. Success comes in so many pictures because it is not a professional career, in my opinion. Professionalism limits the ability to be successful. And that might sound like, well, isn't that a bad thing? Don't you want more people to be professionals? Well, no, standards go up. Professionalism is involved, right? It becomes more selective. And that when it's more selective, your pool of people willing to become professionals actually go down, and or if it's really demanding and play a lot, the acceptance level, like the quality of the level, eliminates a lot of people. Content creators is in a weird situation where both the demand, the appearance of the demand, and the standards align in a weird way. Low standards, right? Because it's nebulous standards, no one can agree on a standard, and high demand, right? Or not high demand, but high supply, and actually really low demand, like incredibly low demand. So it's like a weird pocket where if you have high supply, no standards, and low demand, generally professionalism inherently does not occur in that situation. It's usually incredibly high demand, incredibly high standards that often create a necessity, or in my opinion, one of the several factors, but these are some of the major factors that contribute to having the need to establish a professional criteria. And that has not happened yet, in my opinion, in this space. Government concerns, growing government concerns internationally, like not the US and others, haven't been pushed to a extent that requires that. Nowadays, though, you can see it happening, and there is pushback because then content can't be certain ways, content can't be this way, it can't be that way, largely because universally there are things that must be vetted for. Like, for example, promoting toxic behavior persistently without promoting the awareness of how to interpret that toxic behavior, right? There's toxic behavior for jokes, there's toxic behavior for entertainment. However, those content creators are not responsible for having to raise an equal awareness of, hey guys, we are joking for fun. Just keep in mind, I do this, I entertain, we're bantering in a normalized situation, as opposed to someone misconstruing that is normal behavior, right? Like behavior that you can use in different situations. So most content creators are free to do whatever they do because the TOS and any form of legal binding vetting does not hold you accountable. So what I'm saying now, I want to preface again, I treat this like a professional thing all the time. The things that I publish publicly and all this like long digression, I try to qualify as much as I can, but that's a habit carried over from PhD. I often preface and follow up and iterate on all the limitations of my knowledge and experience. No one wants to hear that. Not no one, but most people don't even stay for that long to acquire these things because it's no longer important. There's no standardization. You don't have to know these things. That awareness is nearly non-existent on content right now. When someone says, hey, this is my opinion, and hear me, and let me tell you a little bit about why this is an opinion and these things. Let's put some context on this, and then I'll tell you the hot take. No, it's not that. 90% of the time, it's not that. It's, hey, this is the best kept secret that no one ever knows. Meanwhile, the first time I read that, it's like there's no possible way this person is going to be able to qualify this. So I click on it and I watch it and I'm like, okay, that's a pretty neat idea. It's a shame that you gave it a connotation, a context that is entirely misleading. But hey, you get the clicks, you get the views. No one said that you can't do that. In fact, you can blatantly say subversive and not accurate things and still be okay with it. And there's a whole industry or channel or even trend to provide misinformation. And we're not talking about misinformation for like health and nutrition. We're not talking about those kind of things. I'm talking about for entertainment, deliberately lying as a persona for content, or deliberate, and there's no disclaimers. You're supposed to infer it, right? When people say, well, clearly this guy's joking, right? And in the comment section say, I don't know, this seems serious. No, it's clearly a joke. You have these comments all the time, right? So when you're thinking about, is this guy professional? The answer is no, it's not. It's unprofessional. Your clients, your viewers, the people who are making content are clearly confused all the time. Now, is that what you want to do intentionally? Then yes, I guess you could call yourself a professional confuser, which, when you hire a professional, right? You know what they're going to get the job done. So when you hire a content creator, what are you going to get? You're going to get whatever they want to offer you. That's not professional. That's like, you're not hiring you're hiring that person for an opinion. That's like hiring a freelancer to do whatever they want, right? When you sponsor someone, like, I know this is going to be really weird. There's so much predicated on what a professional is that the idea of a professional has lost its meaning a little bit, or has changed its meaning. So my definition of professional is no longer the common thing. It is the normalized internet one. What's a professional? Always telling you their honest opinion. Never acknowledging that they are biased. because an honest professional, a professional content creator is always honest to themselves, and it's always honest to the viewers. Do not obey any higher organization, right? Do not have to obey any type of standards as long as they can get away with it. And that is a professional content creator. Now, when I think about professionalism, you work together as a group. So no, you do not have typically autonomy over yourself. You could be like a professional boss yourself, but then you're the boss and you set standards for your employees, and those employees are expected to adhere to your vision. That is still those type of rare professionals, like actual professionals who hold like employers, like they have employees and stuff. Eventually they tackle all the things I'm talking about, where you can't always do what you want. You have to collaborate and share and exchange and compromise on terms and services and deadlines. You have to do certain things that other people request of you in order to come to a compromise. So when it comes to someone who says like, oh yeah, you know, I review a lot of keyboards, right? I review a lot of keyboards. So I have a sponsor, and this sponsor told me like, oh yeah, I can do whatever I want with their keyboard, and like, then that's what I'll do. And I'm like, yes, that is one way to go about it. But to me, that's like the opposite of professionalism. I want to know, like, this is a differing in opinion. I want to know what my the sponsor wants me to do. I want to be informed at what they intend their products to do. Like that is very important to me, because if I don't believe in that, I wouldn't take the sponsorship in the first place, because I want to represent a product professionally as something. So it's tough. That's why I don't collaborate with anyone anymore. I tried a couple of times, but there aren't any standards. It's everyone's opinion versus your opinion. And I think one little nugget to add to all of this, like instead of using jobs and money as a baseline for professionalism, you're a professional when you can work with someone else in the same field without having an excessive conflict of interest and an arrogance prioritizing your own opinions. Sole proprietorship and be professional as long as your response, as you end up tackling the task of human resources, negotiating and working with other people. If you're your own boss and you stay your own boss and you treat other people and your employees like you are the sole person, that is a person who is more apt in being a sole proprietor that works in a field that is not professional. Content creation is one of them. How many times have you seen a expose about a content creator that expanded, started hiring other people, and it falls apart later on? Largely because they have not worked, in my opinion, or have experience as a professional yet. Oftentimes, some of our first experiences in life, like myself, is to work for someone else. And I worked for a lot of people over my life in various fields. And I understand that, yeah, you have to work with other people to truly understand what it is to form standards between people. Online content creators are not bound by that. If you don't like your viewers, you can ban them. If your viewers don't like you, they can just ignore you. Say like you're a professional electrician. If you don't do your job professionally and the company matched you with someone that you don't like and you don't want to do the work and you just choose not to act professionally, you can just give up, you get fired. You're responsible. You didn't do your job, and you put your own selfishness in front of your client and your employer. That's unprofessional. That's one of the easily representation of what a non-professional is. So yeah, I have a much higher standard for myself. Like, what I mean is, I arbitrarily think I have a higher standard. That might sound a little selfish and maybe a little unprofessional as well. However, when I see other people call themselves professionals, and then they suddenly shout at someone for disagreeing with them, and then go around telling them that they know what's the right way to do to someone who isn't a professional, that themselves is unprofessional. For me, that is incredibly disrespectful and misrepresentation of someone in a field. Arrogance, selfishness, pride, lapse of judgment, that type of thing. Those are places where professionals have no tolerance, right? And do I hold myself accountable for that? No, I don't. I don't want content creation to be that, because I will have off days, I'll have on days. Now, it might seem like I don't have a lot of off days, largely because it doesn't stop me from trying to be a professional. I take things professionally, but I wouldn't call myself. Like this whole conversation, that I'm trying to be as agreeable as possible without using hyperbolic words like, well, those people are wrong, I'm right, they're always wrong, this is the secret, check out this. I can give you the 5 secret steps to becoming professional. That is unprofessional, in my opinion. That's marketing. Amateur marketing, in my opinion. So if you fall for that, then that sucks, because that person who sold you the product with their top 5 secret hacks is an amateur marketer, and they are not professional because they don't hold themselves accountable for the product that they sell and the promises that they make, right? Sucks. Really sucks. Selling products on YouTube Shorts and TikTok Shorts without explaining things. Now, I'm not talking about I'm specifically using confirmation bias here. I'm talking about bad actors, not necessarily all the ones that do have products that they spend years and hundreds of hours of videos trying to explain in detail and what. Those are rare gems. And the unfortunate part is viewers don't find that engaging, right? The engagement gets lost the moment you start talking about how your product has shortcomings or trade-offs or exchanges. However, it's a professional duty to be transparent. Honesty and transparency are two, they can go hand in hand, but they often don't have to be synonymous. Like, they can be exclusive of one another. For example, my honest opinion is that this game sucks. That's, in my opinion, an incredibly unprofessional way of presenting your own opinion. Like, can you explain why it sucks? And why would you use such strong language? What about the people who like the game? Have you made a consensus for that? No, it's your opinion. It's your channel, right? Like, you're not a professional, so you don't have to worry about other people's opinions. It's not a big deal. I think the whole idea of adequately other people seeing that this person is a very professional person is because they're aware of everything regarding their opinions. They are aware when they are very good and informed. They know what other people and their competition are worried about. Like, Google is fully aware of what Apple is doing, or trying to. Apple is all up in Samsung's business, right? That's professional careers. A content creator don't have to worry about that at all. Most of the time, they're like, I do whatever I want, I do it really well, and yeah, success. Doesn't necessarily qualify you as a professional. You're really, really good and very skilled at what you do, right? You're not obligated to serve anyone. No conversation in Japanese with her yet, but we did discuss it a bit. We're definitely give it a go though. Oh man. Is the person what is the ethnicity of the person? Your Professor Valentine. Sorry, I'm like, I really like this topic. And I wanted this, I wanted to speak in a way that I don't want to say having a PhD makes you a better person. No, the application, right? It's the application. And whether you're a professional or not, you can be successful, right? I want to dispel this situation where sometimes people want to be labels because they are trending. And I want to say that this hobby could pay really well, Procall. And I hope that other people could do this hobby as a hobby and still pay really well. They could make a living off of a hobby. And that's interesting. That's an interesting thought. I think of people who do not hold themselves to a standard of obligation and appropriate. I still call them hobbyists, personally, because they treat it like a hobby until it's not. The moment it stops becoming a hobby, they burn out and they decide to quit most of the time. Like, hey guys, sorry. Like, I know I love this, but man, all these negative remarks when I became popular is becoming so exhausting. Like, I didn't know it was going to become like this, where everyone has an opinion. Every day I have to deal with like answering questions and whatnot. And to me, that sounds like a hobbyist finally addressing the things that make professional and not a hobbyist. And I still do that, so I cannot in good conscience say that I'm anywhere near being a professional. However, I do lose sleep. Yes, I will admit transparently, I lose sleep every night when I try my best to answer a complicated question, because all I can think about is how can I answer this question better next time? How can I be more aware of this? Answering a question tells me all the things I don't know yet, and I should, and go out and try to improve upon it, and in all the things I could provide at the moment. So the next time someone asks me about my PhD, I will probably talk about professionalism at some point. And that's kind of my threshold for professional mindset. You are consistently, willingly, and able to constantly concern yourself with your client. And for content creation, your client could be 2 people. For myself, I kept it in a manageable state. You know, I get 1 or 2 strangers that like to troll and then say a sentence and leave. Those are not my clients, quote unquote clients. The people I address, I devote as much as I can to it, because if I can't do that for 2 or 3 people, I sure as heck can't do it for thousands or tens of thousands. And even then, I'll fail just based on pure expansion and numbers. I don't have to address those problems yet, but those are concerns I lose sleep every night. In fact, I am fairly proud in that way, because I still remind myself that professionalism is different from me compared to other people. I lose sleep, and I'm willingly losing sleep and using that as motivation to do better, answer better, perform better. I think we can take one of those billionaire people who sell books, right, online. I can quote 2 or 3 of them. I'll paraphrase in my own word. One of the maybe many factors that is a point to successful professionalism is that when you start doing something, you do it for the sake of caring who you're affecting, who you're offering the service to. The moment you realize that, and you no longer need to focus on yourself because you have lots of problems that you didn't solve, you have coping issues and whatnot, the moment that becomes less of a problem, and then you inherently concern yourself on how to improve your craft or whatever you have based on criticism and opposition of people that you're concerned with, that is when professionalism kicks in. Largely because to be a professional, one of the most difficult tasks is knowing that you have to make compromises and adapt to third party perspective, third party opinions. Otherwise, you're only calling yourself a professional, and everyone who disagrees with you and you disregard call you unprofessional. So this would be you versus the world, and if the world has more people than you calling you unprofessional, then no matter how often you call yourself a pro, you are still unprofessional, in my opinion. So anyone who does not, in my opinion, I keep saying in my opinion because it's worth noting. My thought is, a professional concerns themselves with their public appeal and the opinions of all their competition, as well as all the recipients of their service. How well you negotiate that is the rate limiting step to it. So do I spend my time doing all of this? Like, for example, am I a professional language learner? The answer is no, not by a long shot, because I didn't concern myself with using Anki. I don't have enough experience that allows me to stretch beyond this. Do I behave professionally? Yes, I try to behave professionally as much as I can, and that doesn't involve being paid. Behaving professionally is free. It's something that I'm willing to give because I treat my own self-improvement and whatnot in public. Whenever I'm in public, I am professional about what I do, regardless if I'm seen as a professional. I behave professionally most of the time in answering questions. So like when someone yells at me and say like, you're wasting your time with WaniKani because it teaches you garbage, the only way to learn Japanese is to learn in context. You gotta read more books, bruh. That I see someone who clearly hasn't ever worked as a professional thinking that I might be demonstrating something, saying that I know what I'm doing, but my response would be kindly like, oh, okay, well, I'll consider it because I do read books and learn Japanese in context, but I also do this. So what is your critique now? And they're like, well, you should only do that. It's like, well, that doesn't seem reasonable, because if you think of it from my perspective, there are people who use both, and most of the successful people suggest that these are both. So if you were watching videos that you claim experts say you should only do this, what kind of experts are you listening to? Because as far as I know, the entire pool of experts would agree that a holistic approach is more likely. So this person then we should be exchanging, professionally our ideas, but the people you interact with aren't working professionals, right? I kind of like overuse some of these words. That's perfectly all right though. I think that's sufficient for now. Thank you for asking the question. Really love these questions. Gives me opportunity to reflect on what I think about things. Yeah, PhD. PhD. Going back to the original question, that's PhD is. I guess you can't really be a professional in that regards as well, but PhD is the ability to navigate these problems, I suppose. How do you navigate a disagreement in order to make your way to becoming a more recognizable, lack of a better word, professional? They're all one in the same. Yeah, no regrets. I typically don't find regrets anywhere. When I say something wrong, per se, like when someone thinks I said something wrong and they accuse me of wrongdoing, I apologize and I use it as a learning experience. Rarely do I regret misspeaking as well. If I misspoke, it's an opportunity to learn from it. Yep. I don't want to elicit any potential red flags or fear when I'm with what I'm going to say next, but it will likely happen. I think when it is very important for one to find out when you ask someone else if they regret doing something, how much of it is from the perspective of the self. So it begs me to ask, do you regret things, right? Pro call. Do you regret choosing higher education and pursuing a life of intellectual exploration as opposed to like honing a craft, labor, or something like this is I wouldn't say it's an uncommon question. So it is a fairly common question. Intellectual eventually pursue like a long career in academia, and my colleagues differ from me. Other colleagues say like, oh yeah, you know, it was unrewarding. We spent a lot of time. That's why I'm in industry right now, and I make a lot of money. Like that's fair enough, right? The thing is, oftentimes those people eventually do not have regrets. When one gets older, I love to believe that most people would eventually carry the wisdom and life experiences necessary for them to circumvent that triviality, in my opinion. It's not a trivial thing to overcome it, but it becomes somewhat trivial to address the question of regret. I rarely regret things that I do now, largely because they stop being regrets the instant or the quicker I learn the nature of my mistakes or how the mistake happened, find clarity on. I don't even know who, if either of you are still here, but hey, long time. If you're still here, I would love to hear some of the conversations you have with your professor. I don't even know how you speak physics. Do they use Japanese words, or do they use ego for physics? Anyways, that's a good digression for the end. I was gonna finish this. Let me finish this. Then we're gonna move on. Not 9 o'clock. I was gonna see if I could get 9 o'clock for my next review. Nope, not gonna happen. So let's do these reads. And then I guess I'll do the definitions. Well, so man, nai, bun, setsu, on, go. Yeah. You. Hai. Yo. I. Shin. Ho. You. Eh? No. Wait. Oh, ho. Oh. You. Oh. Chi. Fuyu. Boku. An. You've only spoken in English so far. Only talked to her briefly at the end of the first date. Sort of gauge where she's at with her studies as well. She revealed that when she was younger, she wanted to go to Japan, but her mom wouldn't let her. So instead, brought a foreign exchange student to live with her and her family. Oh, that's kind of cute. And they become lifelong friends, hence her interest in language. But doesn't that mean that when she brought an exchange student, Wait, is that later? Or was she still with her mom? Isn't that a great way to convince her mom? Like, see, isn't that so cool? We should all go to Japan together. Did she eventually go to Japan? With that, like, to visit that lifelong friend? Whatnot? That's really cute. That's such a cute. It sounds like maybe a decade to 2 decades life experience all truncated. May I ask, what was her ethnicity? I didn't. You might have missed the part. Yeah, what's her ethnicity? Is she like diaspora or um multi-generational? Maybe even like Hispanic diaspora, since it's Florida. Does she have a? Is she already multilingual and one of the, or like exposed to multiple languages? Yeah, she's definitely visited. She mentioned it. She's white. Oh, interesting. So she has no like extended parents. Like she might seem white, right? Like maybe in complexion and stuff, but there's no like Hispanic mixing maybe with living in Florida or anything like that. Florida is a pretty. I guess she might have exposure to like Spanish and, but it's always I'm curious that intense passion. That's some intense passion. Let's see. Oh, guy, guy, I, hiro, ah, hiro, uh-huh, ne, oh, yeah, then show, I. All right, that's it for WaniKani. Oh, uh, oh, my mistake. The professor from Florida is your new lenses. Oh, ophthalmic course professor. The physics professor is new, but not new to. Ah, okay. And we're talking about the physics professor. Yes. But you don't believe she has any Spanish heritage or anything? You could ask. Interesting. That's super neat. This is the reason why I'm saying this is Florida is such a interesting place. Since we last talked, Valentine, I think I met like 3 or 4 more people from Florida. In fact, you know, the person that makes HanziHero, right? The people that make HanziHero, both of them are from Florida. One of the brothers actually still reside in Florida, and then the other one that's in Taiwan is from Florida too. And both of them are from Tampa. So I don't know what it is about Floridians, but when it comes to like Chinese and Japanese, I don't know. I feel like there's an overrepresentation here. I feel like New York is slacking. There are a few New Yorkers. Yeah. And then of course Californians and Texans. You can kind of see a collective of very specific places at the moment. Like I'm kind of floored every time I see someone like say, "Yo, I'm from North Dakota." And I'm like, "What? Tell me about your life story because I want to know how a North Dakotan is interested in Japanese and Chinese or something like that." This is obviously playing on statistics, right? I'm not saying that I would go out of my way. It's like, "Oh my gosh, you're so weird" or something like that. I just want to hear from statistical outliers. That's so interesting. Like, how did you? So there's this trend right now that I'm observing, and I don't think it's a coincidence when it comes to however you call them, Floridians. That's pretty cool. I'm glad to hear that your university is stuff is doing well. How's the gym stuff? Valentine, how's the gym stuff? Are you okay? Cause you decide to like sometimes go to the gym, but then you decide to stay home, work on, you know, equipping your home for fitness. So how's that going? Is your health doing well too? Yeah, gotta make sure your health is doing well too. Yeah, I'm gonna switch over. Let's conclude this. Yeah, that's the end of our WaniKani session. We had a little bit of a share at the end. I personally do like talking about my personal opinions, right? That was a really large amount of my opinions. So take it with a grain of salt. I tried as carefully as I can to say that my opinions have a lot of opponents. It's very underrepresented. Not that I'm expecting representation. And I tried my best to qualify that I don't expect things to change around me. But if they do, I will still put it in my all. Every day I get on, I try to do the best I can, right? I'm not going to be doing flips and once in a lifetime things, breaking Guinness records every day. The skill that I offer and the skill that I'm recording myself doing are learning. If there's anything that I can offer as a professional, is anything dealing with teaching, and that involves emotional management and whatnot. I would love to get certified and do that as professionally. I think that requires a lot of things that I would have to sacrifice at the well, your buddy hasn't invited you to go in quite a while, so you haven't been to the gym. But at home, you've been exercising almost every day, 1 to 2 rest days a week. Very nice. Sounds like a healthy balance. You do an indoor bike ride. Oh yeah, that's right. You got your bike as well. We're usually 30 to 45 minutes with a bit of resistance and some strength training with dumbbells. Nice. Crunches and squats too. I would say you're getting much better physically, but you have to lose more body fat. Interesting. How are you measuring that? Or are you just doing as much and then if you feel better, you look better, that's good enough? I actually have no idea how people recreationally measure their body fat or like determine that their body fat is getting better or not, kind of thing. Like, I don't actually have any gauge. And as soon as the weather is nice again, you'll be happily running again. I'm waiting for the weather to get slightly nice, and I am probably gonna. I've been doing like really minimal cadence running because of the heavy studying load. I've been working on my mobility again. I didn't record this in the fitness journal or anything, but I've been working on mellowing out my splits and stuff. So, you know, pigeon stretching, your I don't even know what they're called anymore. Elephant stretching, like your butterfly stretches and stuff. Because back in the day, used to be able to split. Like my lower body mobility has like gone in the poop chute. I've been doing a lot of it's not yoga, but it might as well be yoga. But your traditional type of split. Well, just looking at yourself in the mirror, really, you've been pretty overweight since you were a teenager, and heaviest you think. I see. Last weigh-in a month ago was 180 on the dot. That is incredible. That's absolutely incredible. That's nearly a third of your weight. That's absolutely right on. You have a lot of flab around your upper arms, stomach, chest, Yeah, I do. Yeah. That's absolutely incredible. I was gonna say something like maybe in 2 or 3 years I would totally fly over and run a marathon with you. Like something outrageous. I don't know. This is obviously planning for the future, but that would be kind of cool. Setting up a time, say, hey, hey, I'm gonna be 40 at that time, so it would be kind of cool to be a 40-year-old running. But it's like something outrageous or something just get out. We'll see, but it would be kind of fun to meet up somewhere to do like a running event or something. An obstacle course run. Oh no, I don't know about or that stuff is pretty brutal on joints. Not a spring chicken anymore. But we'll keep that on the mind. I always like the idea of meeting up, not for the sake of meeting up, but meeting up for the sake of an event. I like event meetups. Like not necessarily meet and greet, but more like a active social event. But underneath that now is very clearly a good bit of muscle from all the training you've done over the months. That's awesome. There's definition. Yes. Good old definition. One day a marathon would be insane, especially with you. Yeah, we should do that. One day. I can see myself running well into my 50s. So, provided I don't like suddenly die of cancer. I know that. Sorry, that was a little dark, but provided nothing like dramatic happens, knock on wood and all that stuff, I could see myself still doing a marathon in my 50s. So anytime in the next 13 years. I think I'm down for a marathon anytime in the next 13 years. And hear me out. I already have real world experience what it's like to run behind someone in a 10K who are in their 60s. So I think we're pretty set. I'm okay with that, just a leisurely. Maybe you could give me the tour of your neighborhood, or like we go to like a neighboring marathon and we just tour here. This is a crazy idea, but a marathon is a fantastic way to tour a city in a way that most people would not be able to do. The one time I was part like of a marathon event, they for marathons they close down the city, right? Or they close down whatever the place is located, and it's you and a bunch of people, and you just run around in the vacant city, like everyone else is around, but you get to run, and you basically took a tour of the city like a VIP, outside of running and being short of breath and all that stuff. It's a wild experience. So one day, I think we should write that as a perhaps in the next 3 or 4 years we'll collect other people, just meet up somewhere, maybe pick a city that you and I both would like to see it from a different lens, and we just totally meet up there and like marathon. Marathon, and then what's the greatest thing about a marathon afterwards? Carbs. Or and then like if we decide to go there earlier to like visit around the city, carbs, and then you go run the marathon, right? Not like super a lot of carbs before, but there's some carb loading before a marathon, and then after you're just like, get into my belly, a burger, get into my belly, right? I really think you can make it to a half marathon this coming season. I sold myself short starting off. What better way to see a city than on foot in the middle of the main street? I know, right? It feels like a VIP thing. I know. I'm not sure if anyone relates to this, but when you're running and the whole city, it just gets blocked off, right? Like the downtown, all the streets just get blocked off, and you're just running, dude. It feels like you're like a not no kidding VIP. Like, hey, yeah, I'm coming through, and then everyone, you're just walking and say, yep, that's it. You're so quote unquote pseudo important as a group that you get to part all the cars that you typically see are gridlocked. And say, I would love, in my wildest dream, win the lottery for the New York Marathon just to run the New York Marathon. But people don't even get a chance in their lifetime to enter the New York Marathon. Or like the New York Marathon is one of those things, like I've seen New York a lot, up and down the streets, gridlocked and all that stuff, but I haven't seen it in a way where you're just nonchalantly jogging down what the street would be like, completely bumper to bumper traffic. The marathon I did was DC, so in the DC area. And yeah, it was so interesting watching the entire DC area, the typical touristy DC area where you have your monuments and your stuff. You're basically just running there. It's all blocked off. And at the same time, a triathlon was happening as well. So it's wild. It's like, hey guys, sorry, this day, no traffic, please. Like, it's pretty cool. Maybe an idea we can brainstorm for another time. I would totally get on a plane for those very reasons. Actually, I've done road trips for like Tough Mudders all the time, right? The obstacle course run. The downside about the Tough Mudder for me is my joints are kind of weak, so it can be incredibly painful to like drive back. So oftentimes, if I'm gonna do a Tough Mudder again, I probably like fly and have other people drive, because obstacle course like wrecks my bones. My joints don't recover as quickly as, but running's fine. I think. I think it's fine. All right, so keep that on the back burner. I'm glad to hear that you're doing really, really well. And half marathon, I mean, heck, I'll sign up for a half marathon, whichever, and it will probably promote me to work harder as well. Once the moment the weather turns warm, I'll probably do a long distance benchmark just to see if all my laxing up had an effect. But generally speaking, I do like a benchmark day, a long distance, and it would be pretty casual for what is 6 laps, or what is 8 to 10 laps? That's 4 to 5 miles. Yeah, long distance day, 4 to 5 miles, pretty casual. I stopped running because it takes too, right? But 4 to 5 miles on cadence, not too bad. Obviously, a marathon is 24, so you still have to squeeze in some time to troubleshoot when you're hitting the marathon length. But usually I don't like practice that length. I benchmark. And half marathon is 12.5 miles, something like 12. So half marathon, totally doable now. So whenever you're ready, I be game half marathon. 13.1, yeah, 13.1 miles, yeah, doubling my usual long distance benchmark days. Honestly, after like the first 4 or 5 miles, you kind of get into this like runner's high and like trucking along, and it comes down to how well you, in my opinion, like, because we're not running for speed or any, it comes down to how well your joints are holding up, right? I think a lot of times people quit when they are in their cadence speed is because they're like ankle mobility, foot pads and knees and hips kind of start hurting. If you're not running for speed. If you're running for speed, then yeah, lungs and cardio, and but we're chilling. At least I'm chilling. If you want to race in a half marathon, I will go with you. I will try, but yeah, you're on your own. I have a lot of respiratory limitations now, unfortunately. I was going old, so it takes a really, really long time to get. All right. Anyways, on that note, we're wrapping up. So you're gonna watch this later, right? Arigatou gozaimasu. So until next time, for more interesting WaniKani and Japanese, and maybe a short story on the side. This has become a normal routine nowadays for WaniKani. I bring stories every day, at least one or two. Hey, welcome back, Procall. I'm gonna take a quick break here. So for the Japanese enthusiasts, right? Minasan, mata ne, ya ne. And I'm gonna get up, stretch a little, fill up my water. I will be back very quickly. I mean, I'm gonna continue streaming now, but my next stream is. And you really think you could? Yeah, and also Valentine, if you're heading out, right? Because it could possibly. I'll be back. Yep. Always here every day. I'll be back with WaniKani tomorrow. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第21天，It's day 21 HanziHero is incredibly consistent, expecting about or between hour, depending if someone triggers short story from not. There's I do review to do. It does look like I need to still cover 6 more constructs before we're ready for our Duolingo wrap up. Chinese. I need a couple errors as a start. And yes, if the mic level is slightly lower or higher or a little bit sizzly, you know, apologize for that. Unexpected technical problem. Bound to happen eventually. Although it is been a while since I had a technical problem. Let's see. I wrote yesterday. I wrote people instead of everybody. Right. You'll watch Hanzi for a bit tonight too, since you'll be up a while. All right. All right. All right. You know where to find if you're curious, if you want to come on to the Chinese side of things, you know, hint hint nudge nudge, chuckle chuckle. This was passed on. Oh, I jumped the gun. This is Shu. That's the error I made. Shu. I wrote Kan. I don't want to talk about it. This is Kiku, right? When this shows up, I'm like, oh, it's Kiku. And here's a fun little story. Because I started Chinese with simplified, in my head when I think read, I'm not when I'm thinking read, I'm not thinking this character. This character is Shu for book. So immediately I'm like, oh yeah, it's Kiku. So Kan, I know how that sounds, but when I read it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the Japanese character for Kiku. So then I said, oh, it's read. What is read? Oh, the Chinese word for read is kan. Kan. I'm like, wait a minute, that's a Shu. so I went from kanji to English to Chinese and got it wrong. That's what I mean by sometimes whenever I'm learning Chinese, I think of Japanese first. So immediately I translated the Japanese kanji into English to get the Chinese wrong. Because if I stuck with Chinese, I would know it's Shu, even for traditional, because it's already. But then the reason why I stuck with kanji is because I use simplified. The Chinese simplified character is not this. Shu looks like this, which is very different. This is Shu for this character right here, the traditional character. So yeah, fun stuff is happening, I tell you. Fun stuff is happening in my head. The forehead moment. Let's see what else. I keep writing they or people as opposed to others, so that was an error yesterday again. I wrote girl instead of daughter here. Still getting used to this character here. Traditional as well. Arzu. Oh, Arzu was because no, Arzu and these two are related because this zi is nan zi. it's a tone 3, and this is a silent child. So it's ni, whoops, not ni, r, right, r, z, right, just 5. So I was trying to remember, there was one that still carried the non-silent child right here, and by child I'm talking about the character child. And then we screwed this up because it stands for James Bond, and I typed "zu" as opposed to "the." Hey, and yeah, I made quite a lot of errors yesterday. These two are carryovers. Oh no, I made this error today, yesterday, because I accidentally typed "sun 3." It's sun, so it's sun 1. So did I actually mess this up? No, right? Dun. Oh, Shun, Shama. Shrek in the infirmary. What is Shrek in the infirmary doing with what? Shrek is in the infirmary doing what? Oh, Shrek is in the infirmary fighting Slender Man with crosses. That's right. That's exactly what this is. Because Slender Man and crosses are in there. Like, what are you doing, right? Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you fighting Slender Man with crosses? Easy. Alright. So, let's get in. Is Japanese closer to Chinese than Korean is to Chinese? Unfortunately, I don't know Korean enough. However, I would probably say Japanese to Chinese is about the same as Korean to Chinese, and possibly the other way too, for one big reason. Because Hanja exists. Now, Korean also has their own separate writing system as well. You know, I don't know how to write it. Their own writing system. I think it was like Han or something like that. I don't Hanjo. I forgot how to write it in English, but this system Hanja is using Chinese characters, so using Hanzi to write Korean. However, Koreans usually, so in terms of writing like this type of thing, it's further away. You would say it's one would reasonably say it's further away. And then when it comes to like pronunciation, they're very definable. All three of them are very definable. So it's really apples and oranges. Japanese sound probably very different from Chinese, and Chinese from Korean, and then. But in terms of writing, there's a relationship between all of them that uses this the same pool of characters. And then Korean has their own modernized, a different system that was created for the language, and it looks very, very shockingly dissimilar. And I joke about this yesterday about Korean. Like, here's me pretending how to write Korean. Like, this is like the essence of the Korean modern thing. It has like circles, lines that are constantly spaced from each other, as opposed to like when you look at this is Japanese is same character. It looks something like this, where they have like lines. It's incredibly functional. Like I was told, at least I don't know any Korean, like, so things like this is what I imagine it gives Korean away, like the modern system that they have. I call it a modern system because it's within the last like how long ago? Within the last 400 years? No, no, that's too far back, right? Oh, it's Hangul. Hangul. So this. Oh no, it's more than 300 years. Sorry, it's like 700. Six. Let's see. Let's do some quick math. 600. It's almost 700 years ago. It's almost 700 years ago, but it's far more modern than like it's far more modern than like the Chinese writing system, which goes back thousands of yeah. Actually, Hangul might line up pretty like a one that's younger than this. I guess you could say like mid-century English. Yeah, so this is relatively young. It's almost like approximating English, mid-century English, which is the last iteration. Um, neat contrast, contrast and comparison. How similar is the current Chinese writing system to ancient Chinese writing system? Oof, I have no idea. Probably as close as oh, the characters themselves are still relatively similar, like the actual writing system, but the like the characters themselves, but the writing system, Churn, Malaysian, the person I talk to a lot of, and they have a time. Churn had an exam. Churn is in high school right now in Malaysia, and he has a Chinese literature class, right? And yesterday, by coincidence, yesterday he showed me screenshots of his exam, and I can read the characters, but I have no idea what they say. Even like simple characters like, oh, I see that this is talking about the mountain in the spring, and then this is him. This must be a person's name, and then like they're talking about renting a book and checking a book, but yeah. Yeah. Other than that, it's kind of like Old English, right? When you, oh, but Old English is a little weird. Even despite that, if you can read the words, Old English doesn't so like you kind of know where the words are, but like I don't understand in that way. So comprehension is like non-existent. So even though the characters might seem almost entirely the same. Do you know most of Japanese? Do I know most of about Japanese? I do not. The most I know about is English. When you say Old English, do you mean like Shakespearean time? Uh, when I am very terrible with dates. What were the Shakespearean year? 1500? Oh, that's mid-century. That's mid-century English, going from Old English to mid-century English. Mid-century English started at 1600. So Shakespeare was like right before mid-century English, which that's like probably the closest time to our the how old is okay, the English that I was talking about is more like Beowulf. when when I was talking to Churn and he was showing me like old Chinese passages because of the exam, um, he was showing something that sounds like something that came from Dynasty, like thousands of years ago. I'm like, what the heck? And yeah, it's hard for me to understand at all. But when I was talking about Old English, usually it predates Shakespeare by like 500 years. This is classic English. So like poems like Beowulf or when was Paradise Lost? Paradise Lost. Oh, Paradise Lost was mid-century. So Paradise Lost is more like post-Shakespearean time. But I think most people who are familiar is probably Shakespeare, slightly before mid-century. mid-century English, but Beowulf was like the 1000s, like it's 900s to 1000s. And when you look at if you look at a screenshot of what Beowulf looks like, I'm like, what is that even writing? You can make out words like you, them, they, and whatnot. I read a transcribed version of Beowulf back then. Beowulf is probably the oldest thing that I tried to read. The oldest English that I tried to. Also, I don't know if this comes up as a, but what country did your ancestors come? My parents came from China. Yeah, they're Chinese. I'm second gen, so I would be the first. And usually I use a term that most people are okay with, which I refer to myself as I'm an American-born Chinese. So I have all the elements of first generation diaspora. Did my parents teach Chinese? So the thing about diaspora is that usually my parents left because they wanted to seek new opportunities in the United States. So neither of my parents are educated enough to teach. And my parents speak Fujianese at home. So Fujiwa, my ngam mong Puntungwa. Puntungwa me ai chuan gong. My parents listen to my parents listen to Mandarin though. So when I was growing up, I listened to Mandarin and Cantonese. Actually, it's hard for me to distinguish when I'm watching like Jackie Chan or something, kung fu movie. It's hard for me to distinguish if I'm listening to Cantonese or Mandarin a lot of times. They're both intelligible to sense of entertainment. So, like for example, by coincidence, I got a Jackie Chan clip on my YouTube algorithm before I started streaming today, and I'm pretty convinced that it is Cantonese because usually Hong Kong Entertainment that puts these out. So the original language that they were speaking was Cantonese. However, oftentimes most of that content is dubbed over in Mandarin, and you can see it by the subtle difference. Their lip not matching because it's live action. And now, since I know a lot more about Mandarin, practicing Mandarin, it's a little bit easier for me to distinguish when I'm not listening to Cantonese. However, in early days, like old school films, they swap between Cantonese and Mandarin very often. Like it goes back and forth a lot. Like scenes and stuff tend to have Cantonese. In fact, a lot of the comedy shows and stuff use Cantonese together. So I do have a background sort of in Chinese, in Mandarin, because I grew up with Mandarin and Cantonese and Mandarin speaking around me and entertainment. So when I'm learning Mandarin, I often make sure people know that the experience might be different because I don't have problems listening to it. I have problems reading because I'm illiterate. I have no, and my parents are largely not readers as well. My mother said that she might have graduated high school. My father did not. And my oldest uncle did not. So they're not, they can't read as well. And then Fujianese is a dialect, and usually it's unintelligible. Most of the dialects in Chinese tend to end up being unintelligible to each other. So, and there's no formal learning or schooling for dialects. Even if I go back to China, it would be tough to find like a class or someone actively teaching. That could be a nationalistic thing. I've never been to China. I don't know how governments do it. The Chinese government behaves very different from the United States. So oftentimes, if there are diaspora in the United States, there's usually some proactive nature of getting in, preserving that ethnicity, that heritage. However, in China, it might be different. I can't really say how they about it. The foreigner's perspective, like people who communicate these things to me, is suggesting that Chinese nationalism is trying to reduce the number of dialects in China because it creates division in the people. So Fujianese, from a foreigner's perspective, is a dialect that is shrinking, right? So there's a chance that if I and the Fujianese people that are here, who like descendants, right, descendants of the Fujianese people, would to preserve Fujianese like as much as they can by blending it with the remainder with Mandarin, that might last longer than the nationalistic Chinese government. So take it with a grain of salt because I am a foreigner. I have never been to China, and the nature of natural languages, they change. And just wondering if the country's language is 1 year in. I'm most interested in all of the above. It's part of my identity, so it's hard to choose a favorite. Like Spanish is part of my identity too. I grew up in the United States, so I've encountered tons of Spanish speakers. So I'm specifically making time for the languages that are part of my life. So none of these are foreign languages per se. Like I know how that sounds. Like they are foreign to me, but they are not something that I go out of my way to interact with. Japanese has been part of my life since I was 5. Cantonese and Mandarin has been part of my life. I was able to hear sounds. English was actually one of the later ones, and English and Spanish was one of the later languages that I started processing. I think my first English sentence much later than my first Fujianese, first Mandarin, like speaking one. And my ear training is far more trained on English since I live in the are there lots of dialects in China? As far as I know, there are over 50 dialects, and those 50 dialects, there are like 7 fairly big dialects, and they're usually unintelligible to you, largely due to the nature of Mandarin. They are unintelligible. So, like, I can illustrate some stuff. Like, just so even to a foreigner, someone who does not know either Chinese will be able to discern the phonetical differences, right? Like, small, right? This is xiao, xiao, nong. Nong sounds like nong for eggs, but dan is eggs, nong is eggs. Small is xiao, small is nong in Fujianese. They're both not related. So like 多女儿 like 很多 like 多少 like how much 多少女儿 so they're not intelligible to each other, even though their origins might be related to like a ancestral origin. Minnan and stuff, or Ming, I don't know how they categorize it, or Hulkin and whatnot, they're entirely unintelligible to each other. So if I speak Fujianese, I approached a Mandarin person and speak Fujianese, it would be like 99% unintelligible. Unfortunately, there are words that overlap though. However, they're not intelligible when they're used. Like da. Which da do I mean? Da could be big, da, in Mandarin, but it's usually da, as in tea, not cha, which is tea in Mandarin. So I don't know. It gets really, really complicated. You think you think one day you'll learn some Chinese, but I like to get a better grasp on Japanese first. I totally agree, Valentine. Yeah. I hope it becomes an interesting thing because of franchise. Oh yeah, how's your Dynasty Warriors origin experience? That was part of your life as a child? I see, I see. Man, Dynasty Warriors too. I'm almost equally as interested in Chinese culture and history. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it's so hardly accessible because of geopolitics. But maybe in my lifetime it'll be different. I'm a little bit romantic, largely because of the next question that Procon. You know much about Chinese history? I only know as much about Chinese history as a foreigner has access. It seems like one of, if not the richest. Yeah, largely because historically Chinese has the long China, one of the civilizations or collections that have one of the longest written history, right? That's that creates that prevalence of a rich history. China, when it comes to written history or like recorded or orally passed history, China is one of the longest, along with like Egyptian, like things in the Mesopotamia, like Fertile Crescent, all those that preservation. Is one of the longest and most detailed, as opposed to like something like United States, which it's not 400 years yet. Has been. Do you feel a conflict between taking pride in being an American while also taking pride in being Chinese? I do not. Personally, I do not. However, when it comes to, we'll go back to like the whole professionalism thing. When it goes to concerning with others, I do code swapping. So, code swapping people, in my opinion, it's a choice. It's a choice. I participate in code swapping. So when I code swap, it largely normalizes not taking pride in any particular part. So, like, I behave ironic. This might be a little bit weird, but I behave like a Japanese. I behave like a face culture person. So if I'm in the company of Americans, I act appropriately like an American valued person until they want to know about my background. So for example, when you and I are talking, I'll behave something that's reflective of the internet culture most appropriately until I'm asked about my background. So if someone is not curious or even questioning whether my background is American or not, then I don't share it. That's kind of the whole like Chinese and Japanese face culture. If no one asks, they're not interested. And if you're not solicited for information, then you behave as appropriately as possible. Because pride is not the only. It's humility. Humility and humbleness takes precedence. So you act as appropriate as possible in public. And then when someone wants your honest opinion, wait, so you act Chinese or Japanese racist? No, we act appropriately. And just like for full disclosure, monocultural, nationalistic countries are easily the most quote unquote racist because they're standardized. And it's not like, you know, the argument is, let's take a empathy situation. If you're a nationalistic country, most people will behave in a certain way. So you have no need for discrimination. You see what I mean? Like that's a American's perspective on a monocultural country. So I grew up in a country in the United States that is not monoculturally heavy. Like because of my birth, my situation, I do not see myself growing up in a place that is monoculturally dominant. So when you're not in a monocultural environment, you have to discriminate, right? It's very difficult to not discriminate. We're not talking about like racism discrimination. We're talking about the act and principle of discriminating between, hey, you're in Japan now, you're in China now. So if I visit Japan, one must discriminate that you're in Japan. It would be very prideful and ignorant and insensitive and almost reverse racist if you go to a person's country and you bring your culture and you enforce your culture onto that country. So unlike a lot of misrepresentation online about American pride and nationalism, foreigners have that same perspective as well when they enter the United States. Where, right, if you're strong and your country is really nationalistic, they are very prideful and they have decorums, rules, professionalism, but it's more like appropriateness. And like Japan and China, when they come to the United States, for example, when I meet a Chinese person or Japanese person, usually it's Chinese person, they would try in their nationalistic behavior. It's a double standard because it's a cultural difference. Their behavior would be, okay, I'm in the United States, I must not embarrass myself or my people. So that ends up okay. In the United States, where it's a country filled with non-monocultural environments, you're gonna go over there, and when you go into another country, sometimes you're gonna get varied results because some people say everyone should understand everyone. So for example, there's supposed to be expected leeway in doing what you want as a freedom of expression, right? Freedom of expression. And then doing, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. For myself, I code swap because my parents are Chinese. So I grew under the culture of traditional Chinese. And also outside of my house, outside my family's house, I grew up in American culture. So it's out of convenience and appropriateness that when I go to Japan, I'll behave. I wouldn't have to I don't get culture shocked. For example, there's no culture shock when I go to Japan. When people tell me something about like how Japan is nationalistic and stuff, that's not culture shock to me. When it comes to conversation between like Americans online, other foreign countries where they have strong nationalistic thing, it's like we do this and we don't do that. But Americans do whatever they want, and then that's insulting. So, and then the other way around, as an adaptation of Americans do whatever they want, they are also hyper concerned about doing the consequences of doing whatever they want. Meanwhile, on the monocultural side of things, you don't have to worry about that because the thing that's considered normal most of the time requires no code swapping. You don't have to code swap. At most, the code swapping is going to work and going home. Going to work, going home. That's a code swap too, by the way. Or like being professional, being casual, being formal, being casual, right? Talking to a stranger, talking to a friend. That's also a form of code swapping. However, I do code swapping for cultures as well. When I'm around my parents, I quite literally behave differently, interact differently, largely due to the cultural norms of my parents. And when I have my friends who are American, right, multi-generational American, when they're in their company, they will notice that I would act differently, appropriately for my friends. And when they see them, when I interact with my parents, I'm very different, right? Largely because I live in both worlds, or I choose to live in both worlds. That sounds exhausting to a lot of people. Actually, it's quite common for diaspora, people who move to another country, to assimilate wholeheartedly one or the other country. They either reject and be incredibly prideful of their parents' heritage, or they try to try to project their heritage culture in order to modify their adopted, which is like a Chinese American trying to say, man, Americans are so white Americans are so ignorant of other immigrants, and then they would push back, and where the nature of the American spirit is, where there's constantly a tug and pull in exchange between these, and then others can assimilate American culture and reject their heritage. So that happens very, very often between diaspora, and diaspora in general separates into a mix of these two groups a lot of times. I'm the code swapping kind, so I'm a preservationist. So like I'm more of a preservationist. I love the idea of having both. I enjoy knowing that, appreciating how my parents would have issues with this particular practice, but they can still occupy the same room, right? Like, oh yeah, you know, we don't eat without, they're like, let's use innocent examples. Oh, we don't eat while we talk, or like we don't talk and eat at the same time on the dinner table, or this person should sit down first, and the arrangement of the tables. And here's a more recent one for Western culture. One of our family friend is a French Chinese couple. So when I went there, I was the only one that ate both the French Thanksgiving celebratory meal that this French person wanted to do, and I consumed the Chinese one. The table was split in half. The table was split in half, and the French person chose not to, maybe like eat later or another time, hot pot, 火锅, right? Which is usually the celebratory thing. And the wife decided to exclusively eat that instead of the, is it called? It's a French, oh no, racleur, right? Racleur instead. And so I was drinking wine with my tea. I was eating hot pot with my cheese and meat. So, and I was the only one in that table of 9 that was eating both. So I talked to the French person English, because I don't know French, unfortunately, and they were telling me about their ritual in ways to celebrate. And then I switch over and talk to my parents, and my parents would they would do the thing where they grab whatever is from the hot pot and they would keep throwing food onto my plate. Meanwhile, the French person would kindly ask, like, hey, do you want something? Like, do you want more? Like, they do the passing thing, the ritual that deals with westernized cultures. I do all of that all at once in a household. So whenever there's like a multicultural situation, my parents' side and the Chinese side are very nationalistic. So they stick to what they're used to, what they're doing. And then the French side was the same. And I'm American. You see how that works? Like, I was the only American on the table. Like, everyone else, they were either French or they were Chinese. So the only American was me. So I sit there and I do both. And I liked it. I mean, and the French person and the Chinese, like my parents said, like, you're weird. Like, you're the only one that would have eaten this. Like, this, the French person said, this is the first time I've ever seen anyone eat like participate in raclette and have hot pot on the same day while celebrating Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving. That was the event. So it was a Chinese group doing a celebratory gathering. They weren't necessarily observing Thanksgiving per se, like in the American norm. And French was not either. French do not do American Thanksgiving. But it was a gathering point to participate in celebrating and sharing a meal. Meanwhile, I was going there because it was American Thanksgiving, because I'm American, and my parents are Chinese, and their parent friend is French. So I wanted to experience all of that. So we did it all at once. It's one of the most common situations in modern American lifestyles. When you sit at a table, like if I hung out with most of my friends, there would be at least 5 cultures in a table of 7. There would be 5 cultures between us. And how do you negotiate that? Each of those people bring a part of their culture to the table, and then that's it. And they can choose to not participate, choose to spend the time together but eat your own things. Like there are times in the modern age of Americans, like in university and stuff. Here's a little slight story. I had like 4. We were gonna hang out. It's like a study group, right? There were 4 students, all 5 of us, including myself, so that's 5 total. We all had different eating preferences because of our background. So what happened was, instead of all going to a singular restaurant, like a singular eating situation, all 5 of us said, let's go and get what we wanted and then all meet up at someone's place and then eat in the presence of each other. And then, share if they wanted to. But generally speaking, it ended up with 5 different culture dishes between 7 people. So to me, it's a little biased. It's like half and half, because there are different versions of American nationalism, right? Because Americans are quite varied. And for me, I embrace the whole idea of immigration because I'm a product of that. And I love the idea that when you sit down, you're sitting across someone who can exchange something about their culture. It's a social norm. Like, the very most typical thing is to talk about atypical things. That encapsulates American spirit for me. Not that, again, it's a paradox. Not all Americans agree with what I'm saying or what I'm going. I grew up in a little different way, and that's the paradox, because Americans have different opinions, largely because they're all largely very diverse. Yeah, that's why I think mass immigration from conflicting cultures can cause problems. Like in the UK, we have over the years taken in cultures but still have nationalistic ideas. Yeah, exactly. That's it. It's a balance, right? And it causes problems, but I also see it from a fondness perspective, right? It's like the whole baggage, right? It's the entire thing. You can't choose the parts you like about people. You can't choose to divide people up, like their personalities up, right? Say, oh, I only like Japanese people for these particular properties, and then forgo the rest. That is myopic. In my opinion, that's narrow-sighted. Like, for example, I can be objective and subjective at the same time. Say, well, when you're being objective, you're not being subjective. When you're being subjective, you're not being objective. The idea is you're code swapping. You're juggling these things. So when diversity increases, you have to juggle more. One of the consequences of that is conflicting values, conflicting problems. But the flip side is innovation, inclusion, different types of problem-solving skills, right? A collective choice in advantages and whatnot. So, for example, this is gonna sound a little bit off, but when a Chinese person wants to break out and learn English, who do you think will have the edge? A person who is surrounded by English speaker who happens to have Chinese parents, or a person who is surrounded by Chinese people who are all learning English? Right? Let's make it about language learning, right? So the idea about it is, there are pros and cons, right? There are exchanges and stuff for each situation. Nationalism has its pros and cons, and so do diversity. And in the United States, because of all my circumstances and whatnot, I have chosen to work harder. Probably not smarter, but work harder. A lot of people would say, well, the efficient and most pragmatic way, my Chinese parents would say, why are you learning Mandarin? You live in the United States. Most people speak English. And even if you go to China, those people who are very successful will likely speak English, right? That is ironically a pragmatic way of thinking about it that is evident of Chinese culture. You do the most pragmatic thing because it increases your level of success, right? Or chance of success. And yet I'm here learning to read Mandarin where my parents were never incentivized to learn English in a high detail because I'm available. So pragmatically speaking, they don't really need to learn English if I'm around, right? And that's the pragmatism, the hyper pragmatism of Chinese culture. And I can appreciate that. I understand. In fact, it's very much like the internet now. Why bother doing something that is not needed? You do things fast, you get things obligated. So for example, why learn Chinese while you're learning Japanese? Because I can, and I choose to do so. I don't need to do any of this. It's call it my American subjectivity that makes me want to learn Chinese and Japanese at the same time and see how they're related to each other, as opposed to a nationalistic approach where you compartmentalize everything. As in, like, don't get your Chinese mixed up with my Japanese. Get your Japanese mixed up with my English. That doesn't mean other people learn faster. Like, other people can learn faster that way, for their own goals. And for myself, the more together everything is, likely, like, I'm dynamically. It's the behavioral norm. I think immigration in countries can work as long as both cultures are somewhat tolerant to allow the freedom of expression, but there's fundamental conflicting cultures and it usually doesn't work out. I think to me, that's a very telling indicator that you prefer not to communicate. Like, what I mean by that is, I can appreciate that perspective where it's coming from a person who believes that human nature does not change over time. So when things are fundamentally in conflict, that doesn't necessarily mean they'll consistently be in fundamental conflict close to each other. That's kind of like assuming two languages won't change because they're fundamentally different when in the presence of each other. So for example, if Japanese is fundamentally different from English, they have no way of compromising in order to adapt to each other's presence. For me, the results of diversity is that conflict. What I am is the result of conflicting cultures, not because they fundamentally are not malleable to each other. So I'm neither one or the other anymore. I am fundamental compromise of two of them. So, like, iron mixed with lead becomes something else. It's not lead and iron put together and still the same. Or like, it's a compound, not a expectation of a, like, oil and water situation, right? Or you can kind of do the water and oil situation like a dressing, like a salad dressing. You can shake it up, and for a moment, things are mixed up, and then they settle. And then you mix them up again. I still like my salad dressing. If you leave it long enough, they still separate. They still have their separate qualities. But if you mix it up and consume it together, pretty good salad dressing. Both vitriolically mixed apart, but at the same time, a bit delicious together. You feel like the view on nationalism is a bit hypocritical if you compare the views on his Europe versus Asia? That's... I can see that. I agree the culture can change and will change while merging, but if one or both of the culture have conflicting aspects that are not tolerant on, for instance with religion, then it can be hard to live together without major social unrest. You make it sound like social unrest and conflict is not a natural part of change. And I disagree with that, fundamentally, actually. Not having conflicts mean there are no like how you're expecting change that doesn't, that like most change or harmonious change comes without conflict or a lack of tolerance. I guess you're more referring to the ultimatum, like a 0 and 1, but we have to understand that conflict comes on a spectrum. You're comparing like when people have conflict, they have a world war, and that's the only consequence of a lack of tolerance. And I'm saying a lack of tolerance, not a yes and no to tolerance. Tolerance is a spectrum. Not like, oh, I disagree with you, therefore I have no tolerance for that. Rarely, thinking on extreme case, I agree with you. If there's an absolute 0 no tolerance because humans somehow are irrationally 0s and 1s, then I agree with you. If you particularly view humans as 0 and 1, tolerant or not tolerant, then I agree with you. That's what's the reality of that? That's rarely the reality. Change is best coming from verbal conflict and talking, but it can often lead to physical conflict, but maybe that's necessary for change. Again, necessary, I disagree. Best, I disagree. Often, I agree. But you're saying something that is best and necessary. I disagree with all of that. Largely because my perspective is that it's on the spectrum. Change may come from verbal conflict and talking, and it may lead to physical conflicts that perhaps is sufficient for change, are the words I would use. Because it's on a spectrum. So it's not like a coin flip. It's not the best, not the worst. It's an opinion. And I'm not arguing for the opposite. Yeah, so I agree. I totally agree. I agree with I agree with the extreme case too, Prokal. When you say like an ultimatum, like war, right? War might be necessary for change. That in itself is still true because there are historical events that support that. And then there are all the rest, you know, like what I'm saying is we don't have a world war every time there's a verbal conflict or talking. And I thank goodness that's not the case, right? It's nice to appreciate that sometimes, this is my soppy counter argument. I want to normalize the idea that people argue conflict a lot of times. The ones that work out don't get highlighted. They don't get normalized, right? Every argument you solve, when it gets solved, it gets talked about less. And a lot of times on the internet, what dominates the perception, like if you want to make your point, for example, in English, on the internet, when you want to make your point, you pick the most extreme confirmation cases in order to illustrate your point. So when you want to say, oh, diversity leads to conflict, that person would choose an extreme enough example as opposed to the statistical likely example. So for example, oh, it's intolerant, so you have world wars. Like, well, yes, I have to agree with that because it's true. World wars have happened due to intolerance, right? However, 99% of that, you know, outside of this case, problems happen and get resolved and get resolved. Most of the time, without an occurrence of a war. Right. USA is a weird and unique example of immigration from different cultures as it started as a blank slate. Okay. And then slowly developed over the centuries, but obviously it was mostly dominated by European culture. I like that second part. Okay. Blank slate, but with the European culture's foundations. When I say it from starting from blank slate, you mean, of course, ignoring indigenous Americans, yes, but they weren't really living in the country USA, even though that land. That is also very apt. That's a good distinction. 晚上好，晚上好. I can agree with most of those. I think those are fairly level-headed because there was a complete segregation, for all intents and purposes. I mean, like 90 the majority, like 90 to 95% of the cases when it comes to the relationship between, at least historically written history accounted for, there was a complete segregation of indigenous Americans, like Native Americans, and the European immigrants, the Puritans, right? The Quakers, Puritan immigrants from largely England or United Kingdom. I actually don't know what was it referred to. I guess it's still the United Kingdom since then. So that's fair. That's fair. And in terms of blank slate, it would seem like a blank slate when it comes to the immigration of Asian culture as well. But you might be thinking, why do I have a problem with the whole blank slate thing? Largely because the immigrants that are part of a culture, the British like the United Kingdom, they already had interactions with Eastern culture through spice trade. So whatever the Puritans experienced, if they were to fully segregate, they were still the product of a country that interacted with Eastern culture before it arrived in the United States, where they interacted with indigenous Americans. So like if the United Kingdom exercised at the time, I actually don't know a lot about British history, but if they already exercised a level of xenophobia, right? Xenophobia due to the isolationism of the earlier years instead of the globalization, right? This is before the expansion into the quote new world. Then the spice trade has already impacted the relationship with Eastern immigrants and immigrants in general, largely due to the colonial expansion of the British Empire, right? I did take like a loose electoral class on empire building, and generally colonial relationships affected the xenophobic perspective even in the prior to the formation of the United States. Something you always find funny is that it seems on average every single generation think that the younger generation is going in the wrong direction in some way and is better, even though objectively you have been becoming better in nearly all categories: medicine, life, etc. That's a really funny thought, and I think I will take a nod to philosophy and understanding the human condition. And human condition is based on a linear timeline, right? And that linear timeline is restricted to biological limitations. And due to the biological limitations, that cycle is not without coincidences. I'm not necessarily saying it's strictly causal, but it is corollary. A person goes through a specific type of life cycle. Experiences and knowledge are not communicative in terms of human empathy, right? So you cannot, while one can become incredibly knowledgeable, they are not wise. And wisdom comes with the lifespan of a person. So naturally, when you keep thinking about like recurring sentiments, like sentimentalization, like the subjective nature of humans, so that deals with feelings, posterity, sentimentalism, in general, it comes at life cycle because the biological life cycle of a human being recurs over time. At least that would be my reasonable evolutionary perspective, or like biological perspective at the interface of philosophy and psychology, right? And no matter how much I know about war, right? No matter how much I learn about World War II, I cannot acquire the emotional wisdom and subjective human condition of my predecessors. That you can learn a lot about war and try to vicariously feel a lot about war, tolerance, medicine, the impact of like smallpox and whatnot. Unfortunately, humans do not have contiguous, transferable element of the most irrational part of human behavior, which is feelings and memories, right? Learning things is objective in a sense that it is almost not human. It does not connect with the human spirit as much as experiencing them. So when we think about war and think about like, oh, which generation is correct and whatnot, those are sentimental. They're connected with experiences, regardless of knowledge or not. Like you can learn a lot about what feels good, but you can only experience what feels good. So over time, it will continuously wrap around. There will be a younger generation who has less wisdom, and an older generation, and an average generation, you know, between the two. So generationally, to understand the non-transformative baggage of the human condition is subjectivity cannot be passed down. Like, at least biologically in any way. So cross fingers, right? And hear me out. I've gone through all the stages, like the current stages that I thought I would never go through, right? Regardless of how maybe I'm intelligent-ish. Like some people might say I have some self-awareness, like some level of self-awareness, and I'm fairly educated. All of that did not change or replace the wisdom from growing older and experiencing things. So my perspective still encountered most of the other perspectives. I look back on my old self, and that is still consistent with human subjectivity. Largely because no matter how old I get, I can no longer ever pass on my human subjectivity. It's not transferable, right? And just imagine that though. Think about science fiction. There's a lot of great written science fiction about what happens if someone lived long enough to accumulate that subjectivity. What would that human be like? And then you can, brainstorm a lot. There's various versions. If you watch anime, there's plenty of versions of that. If you watch Western science fiction, there's plenty of nightmare scenarios you can think about. Are humans biologically conditioned to accrue sentimentalism or constantly go through a looping cycle? Carbon had a really fun take on this, where a human consciousness is passed on due to an invention that allows that consciousness to be removed into new biological vesicles, right? And those persons become nihilist. They become abusive nihilists because they believe they are always right, because they have the cumulative subconscious knowledge, including the subjectivity of living that long. So the rich will always be rich because they will always be in an advantage and they will always be correct, right? So that's a crazy kind of thinking when we think about, it's funny how like every single generation repeats like the same cycle. What if they did? Star Trek did a lot of things like that, like comparing a theoretical immortal race with like an actual alien immortal, like figurative immortal race. Tolkien, like Western fantasy, Dungeons and Dragons, also did that. Elves are immortal. Humans have the shortest lifespan, and dwarves are the intermediate hypothetical, right? And they compared hypothetically what would happen if you're a race, elves, that live for a very long time. What would their politics and their like attitude and stuff regarding like younger generation, older generation. Well, they don't talk about that. They're immortal. so so it's a really fun topic, and I like reading fantasy and science fiction for that. Anime does it really well too. Like, hypothetically, what if you get a lifetime of baggage and generations never turn over? Like, your kids, what if your kids inherited all of your emotional sensitivity as they are born? I think the kids' minds would honestly, like the way biological restraints are happening, right? We have a lot of written history, lots of literature, art, and stuff, and yet literature, art cycles. It constantly cycles, especially in the age of the internet. Look at how often things cycle now. It actually cycles within 10 years of each other. So I always, I love this. I want to normalize, but over time, since I'm grown older, I've gotten the opportunity to meet and talk with people who have grown older in the presence of the internet. Now, the internet has made information so rapidly available that cycling of information like subjectivity, aesthetic choice, right, entertainment cycles so much more often in one's lifetime. So now I've met 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds who are complaining or like find like lack of novelty in when things get recycled. Games get remade every 10 years, at least. Movies, concepts get remade every 10 years. Trends get recycled every so often. And I say 10 years, but I'm thinking more like 13 to 14 years. What does that sound like? It's a generational change. So with every new generation, there's going to be an iteration for educating the new generation about the sentimentalism, feelings, and stuff by witnessing and experiencing it. So whenever someone tells me, an older person who maybe grew up on the internet as opposed to growing up before the internet, for me, when I see someone complaining like, oh yeah, I've seen this all before. It's basically Resident Evil remade. I mean, I like the original and now they're just remaking it for the new generation. It's like, yeah, but think about it this way, my guy. You've lived long enough for the intellectual cycle of biological human behavior. You live long enough now, like, and then you'll continue to live long enough. Like, human life is expanding, right? Like, the average lifespan is increasing. So you will live more life cycles in the future, and you will see the repeat of sentimentalism and subjective opinion on creativity, politics, religion, that kind of thing go through cycles generationally. So over time, though, for me, I'd like to encourage other people that you are more than welcome as an older person, a more experienced person, to either embrace originality, traditionalism, right, and then reject all the new things. That's one side of the argument. Or you can embrace something similar to me, where I try to empathize with the new generation by trying to connect to them, because I like kids. I like helping kids and growing up, right? So I would love to raise a child of my own, and in order to do that, I continuously embrace redoing things as though like they're going on, so to form a connection with the new generation. That does involve learning a language again. That does involve watching Dragon Ball Z remade for the 4th generation, and Power Rangers for the Gen Alpha, and so on. So maybe that's considered wisdom, but for me, I choose more to live in harmony with the whole cycling. That comes, in my opinion, with the appreciation of the human condition. However, other people live perfectly happy by being the "get off my lawn, kids," and "back in my day, this was the golden age. Back in my day, this was..." Yeah, so I totally understand the whole thing about on average, every single generation thinks that the younger generation is going in the wrong direction. And when I say every single generation, that excludes me on average. So I'm an outlier. And I would say this is related to the very first lots of first questions you asked. I'm a person who's born out of time, out of place in terms of cultural backing and cultural backgrounds. I discovered American history in a different part of my time, and I discovered Chinese culture, Japanese culture in a different part of my life, right? So one of the funny illustrations is Zhao, who's a Chinese student that's residing in the United States, and then Chern is a Malaysian Chinese person. We had a lot of conversations. I've been extracting like, oh yeah, okay, that's interesting. And whenever I explain things from my perspective, it's different. It's like, yeah, we belong to two different generations, like two generationally gapped cultures, excuse me. Like the difference between someone moving from a culture to a culture, having been like lived in that, so they're generationally a different generation when they're living in China and then coming to the United States, and I was born in the United States and looking out on the lens of that. So, and this discussion is what makes it, this is what, to me, this is what I live for. I love talking about these things because humans are weird in the most wholesome way possible. I embrace the human condition for its ups and downs, like human condition as a whole, as opposed to rejecting the things you don't like about the human condition and only embracing the things you want in the human, right? What comes with constant innovation and iteration and reinventing the wheel comes with also the adult generation always thinking the younger generation is going in the wrong direction. And then one day that younger generation will think that the newer generation is going in the wrong direction. And then it constantly propels a self-feeding conflict that propels the human nature forward, right? Which is really cool, at least in my opinion. It looks, I'm stealing some plots from science fiction, but I got that knowledge from my predecessors. So I basically described like 3 or 4 very, very popular science fiction shows that run like 6 or 7 seasons long. The concepts behind them. The opium trade was the biggest change in societal views between UK and Asia. Yeah, definitely. The opioid stuff, opium. Like the quote, strong man creates good times create weak men, weak create bad times create strong men. Yeah, cycle. You're very glad England has a long and rich love is written in the first century. Have you watched the anime? I don't know if you watch anime, Procol, but or have you watched the show The Last Kingdom? And or watch the anime Vinland Saga? I think that would be a very apt, fun little second foray into other different lenses into that the period, in a different period. And this was the period between the colonial conflict between the English, the current English that time, the England's unification into the United Kingdom, and the Norwegian, the Scandinavian conflict with the Danish and Nordic folks. You've watched Vinland Saga, but not The Last Kingdom. The Last Kingdom is easily, in my opinion, one of the more like longer running. I think it's one of the longest running series that deals with a different aspect, the more political intrigue between the unification of England and the Nordic conflict. And I really liked it. And I think it concluded, but I didn't watch the last season. The last 2 seasons. It went on a hiatus because of writer's strike and whatnot. But it is a wonderful show when you specifically to relate to long history, talking about the invasion and whatnot. I think that period
with the establishment and unification of England, while trying to speaking of Nordic, Sub-Zero is Norwegian, by the way, which is pivotal in this conflict. Norway, what is now Denmark, I suppose, like the Danish and the different Nordic, and then sometimes Iceland, but not really. It's more like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and England. So pretty cool. I think it's really neat. The history. Oh, I'll have to check this out afterwards. After we start on our lessons. This is a TikTok showing older generations blaming younger. Oh yeah. I can imagine. I'll check it out and tell you the next time. You watch Luminous Saga, but not The Last Kingdom. It's a really long running series. Actually, how long? You know, I should really finish. Yeah, and it's a British show, right? It's BBC, so at least I think it was on readily available in UK. I think it's included. No, I think the 5th season is going to happen. I think it's still going. Oh no, it's over. It's over. Oh yeah, I didn't watch the last season when it got acquired by Netflix. Yeah, the last couple seasons when it swapped over from BBC to Netflix. So it's 5 seasons long. It's a great show. I really like that. That's where I started getting very interested in the post Britannia period, and then the Nordic and English conflict. I think Age of Empires did a couple of things in that too when I was playing way early, playing Age of the Nordic and English conflict. Obviously, Americans are not in, like the United States are not in the conversation yet. So, this is well before that. Because that is still a figment. It's still like this awful wasteland. Like Vinland Saga basically described Vinland like it was the new world, and that's kind of the illusion that they were going, that the new world was the thing. But I don't know if they were referring to Greenland actually. Really neat. Oh, there's Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero is my no pressure, but Sub-Zero is my representative for all of Norway. So you can ask Sub-Zero as a representation of all of Norway. I'm kidding, but he is my portal to. I typically like, hey, Sub-Zero, explain this Nordic observation, please. Oh, nice. You know a fair bit about indigenous English Celtic people and how they changed when the Germanic tribes came over. Yeah, with the Anglo and Saxons. Yeah, Anglo-Saxon conflicts and whatnot. It seems to cover from 800 to 1000, which is an interesting time period. So yeah, I want to know what you think about it. Yeah, 1066 is a well-known day for England. Yep. William the Conqueror. Yep. William the Conqueror. Also, yeah, he wasn't always called William the Conqueror, right? It was more of a crusade for a while, like for Christianity or like Anglican nature. There was a lot of center conflict in terms of religion, right? Like the ordained rulers and nobility and establishment of nobility. It was such a fascinating time. Like, it was a time where you had two different types of people, where one are not settlers, they're invaders, like solely invaders, and then one were settlers, you know, right? Nowadays, people like post this is often an invasion for settlement, but you had this really interesting interaction between lifestyles. You guys don't have jam on the side. He should be known as William the Stinky Frenchman. He got lucky against the last England king. Yeah, Harold Godwinson. Yeah, all these names are so like this show does cover quite a lot of things like that, and it's a blend. The perspective is from the Nordic, sort of. Oh no, it's like kind of a mix. It's not like Vinland Saga where it's almost entirely from a Nordic perspective. It's a blend. Like the person that you follow is a mix. They're a mix of mixed heritage. So it makes the premise very provocative, like incredibly provocative, like someone who's straddling between two worlds that are colliding together. And I'm a sucker. I mean, I'm a sucker for multicultural, even if it's to bend some dramatics, if you know what I mean. Like, it's probably obvious now that I'm pretty biased when it comes to someone having to code swap and negotiate, right? The main character in the Last Kingdom have to code swap constantly to maintain his lineage and his like success. He is constantly in a self-conflict, and I love that. And Vinland Saga kind of tackled that too, you know, in a more of a religious and cross-cultural way. Like the characters had to constantly crosstalk between two conflicting things. The reason why I brought them up is because you brought it up about like tolerance, right? Tolerance, cross-cultural. There are fundamental no tolerance situations. One of them is probably the depiction of early Nordic invasions and the English, you know, Anglicanized perspective, right? And then even Vinland Saga even touched a little bit on the Welsh thing, you know, Britannia and whatnot. So pretty neat. Star Trek does this too, only involves space and the future. So I like plugging Star Trek a lot. But science fiction plug this all the time, and then Western fantasy plug this all the time. You just switch out the culture and stuff for elves and dwarves and space aliens. Okay, that's enough digression for today. I like talking about this, so definitely feel free. You think us English should invade France so that we're even? It doesn't matter. So that's a huge thing. Oh boy. Joke. I can't tell you how many times shows like that ends with the idea like it was 1,000 years ago. We don't even know of that war. You know, it goes back to the whole human thing, right? The sentimentalism. Like humans go through cycles of empathy and wisdom because imagine if that carried over. Like, hear me out. In that situation, imagine if human emotional baggage persisted from generation to generation. Would planet Earth still be around right now? But just think about it for a moment, right? It's hard to theorize because you can have science fiction that go either way. The world blows up, or somehow humans reach a singularity, right? And then they reach a singularity, so they reach utopian thought. But basically, every human becomes the same. As in, like, oh yeah, they all think the same. They all feel emotionally convergent onto one like mind, right? But it can't happen if humans don't live long enough to emotionally capture all the emotional baggage because they reset. When we have children, or when people decide to have children, the children do not carry the watermark of all of their emotional baggage. They try to transfer some of that, maybe intentionally or unintentionally. However, it's only partial. Is that good or bad? You know, that desirable or not? Like, because if you put all the conflicts, right? One last thing. It's a little pessimistic, but about human condition. One human condition that I say is very consistent, and a lot of people would agree, is that emotional upheaval and negativity is the most vivid and visceral experience that a human accumulates over time. Now, if we accept this premise of human condition, right, then hypothetically, if a person persists and are able to transfer their sentimental human baggage, the thing that will escalate over time disproportionately with everything else is the emotional negative sentiment, to an extraordinary degree that it may actually outpace human benevolence, right? So, given that premise, if humans continue down the line of persistence in order that eventually their tolerance would be to nothing but themselves. So if we imagine that scenario, then eventually world conflict will self-destruct, right? So one could even argue the reset button might be a blessing in disguise, but that's like cherry picking particular fundamentals of humans. The idea of all of these things fitting together is holistic. So the whole resetting thing in our behaviors now is an adaptation. So chicken or the egg question, right? Is our behavior a reflection of our biological limitations, or the biological limitations is what that conditioned our cycle of maybe self-destructive nature, then benevolence, then self-destructive nature, then benevolence? It's a really cool philosophical question to talk about, which I don't think it will change anytime soon, because I don't remember people becoming immortal anytime soon. Hey, pretty cool. Maybe the future will have that have that answer. Speaking of ancient history, in a beach near me, there's a footprint in some kind of clay that dates about 900,000 years ago. Wow. Yeah, with all the conflict, literally every type of person I've been centuries, if emotional baggage is held onto there's no way this species could be alive. Yeah. So I think it's a chicken or the egg question. However, you can honestly imagine how terrifying it would be to be born in the world and suddenly you get your parents' emotional baggage. Like, that sounds it could work the other way around. Like, imagine if that's so scary, those people get eliminated, right? You know, like, you see what I mean? So what if now there's self-checks? We can think of self-checks. What if the people who are very emotionally baggage, who keeps passing on their emotional baggage to their offspring, those people become self-destructive? But in the meantime, there are other people who haven't reached that critical mass yet, right? So ultimately, policy and species preservation will take hold. And then you start eliminating people with emotional baggage. And what would you do? You would condition yourself to try to reduce emotional baggage as a way to create sustainable generations prior. And then it can become a utopia. You don't know, right? Because humans are adaptive. So it's so difficult to predict the future in a hypothetical situation when you have to consider what would humans do in the meantime. You know what I mean? Like, in the meantime, it's very, very clear what the results are oftentimes when you reduce it to the idea that humans don't change as things are changing, right? So we're assuming that humans do nothing about observing increased emotional baggage as leading to self-destructive nature. But what I could kind of see is younger, more apt people eliminating or secluding the dangerous people, right? You can see self-regulation, right? There's so many ways to go about this. But ultimately, I do believe in human nature to self-preserve themselves. So when you think of all these crazy situations and hypotheticals, I think humans adapt along the way. So at some point, you could imagine a worst case scenario where, hey, here's a asynchronization. Yeah, emotional baggage exponential scaling. So what would happen is, what if This is crazy. I would love to see a science fiction show about this. Entertain the idea that humans present religious, traditional values of eliminating themselves when they reach a hypercritical moment of emotional instability. Star Trek did something similar to that. So I'm stealing ideas. It's not like there aren't shows about this, but there are so many Star Trek themes. Like, one of the themes was you bumped into a very advanced alien race, and the humans needed, the human utopian society, because they're from a utopian society, needed to recruit this expert from this alien species to contain a supernova to create a new sun for their planet, right? But this person came on and he's about to turn 60. And in their culture, when a person turns 60, regardless of how healthy they are to voluntarily die for their community. Because in their line, when you get too old, it is a peaceful send-off. But in this conflict, that person did not finish and their project with the human explorers, you know, like Patrick Stewart and co. And due to the interaction with the human culture, this person wanted to complete their legacy, but in turn violated the culture of that alien race, right? And you can kind of see what if that emotional baggage becomes a critical moment. So then you can create a religious ceremony or a traditional ceremony in which to benefit the rest of the human colony. One, when they show signs of what we'll call it like emotional crises, emotional catastrophic crises, they can create a ceremonial sacrifice, right? Someone who choose like, I don't want to hurt my family anymore. Like, we have too many generations now. So this person voluntarily choose to sacrifice their lineage because emotional crises can end, like, be a danger to human species, right? So many fantastic ideas. By the way, that TikTok you're saying goes back to quotes from 4th century BC. Alright. So it's funny how these things persist and will like, yeah, unless some, you know, of course there's a possibility, that distinct possibility, sudden paradigm shift in human consciousness or singularity. That's probably not going to happen now. It's so interesting looking back. History has. Also, let me know if I'm asking or chatting too much, so it gets overwhelming. No. I do have to finish my lesson now. You can always collect a lot of topics. I have explored lots and lots of topics. I do this on my free time, largely because I don't have a professional job anymore, right? So what do I do when I'm not streaming or talking? I think about it. It's fun to talk about because people can find it really, and then it's related to entertainment, science fiction, fantasy, use your poison. Probably try to find a topical relation to it. All right, now that said, I'm heated. Things are fine. Do our lesson. I don't know if you share this, but it does annoy me when thinking about the fact that a lot of history is lost and that back in time. Yeah, it can be frustrating. Curiosity is both a blessing and a bane, if you know what I mean. One that likes to consume and be knowing is also revealing paradoxically at when one doesn't know, right? The more you know, the more you desire to know what you don't know, and that becomes a permanent fixture of like 99.99% of all information, because we only occupy less than 0.0000001 of the entire universe lifespan, or even Earth for that matter. Mortality is such a butt, isn't it? Star Trek. I don't know if you ever watched Star Trek. It's not for everyone, but so much of the stuff we talk about, and it touched upon like 5% of Star Trek's hypothetical. You have to be really, really into people standing around talking about these, as opposed to like, I don't know, pew pew stuff. But you would have to be really, really into exploring the human condition projected in as many possible ways as possible when it comes to Star Trek. All right. Get on our last. Thank you again. We have plenty of time for future discussion. Plenty of time for future. Being alone. Meanwhile, Sub-Zero is just sitting.
回来
What the heck, Sub-Zero? Aren't you gonna contribute to this? Okay. 回来. 回来. Yeah, to come back. That makes sense. To return, to come. To come, to return. Somewhere you come from where you were originally. I'm coding. You're coding in the background. Oh. Yeah, I've heard a way of imagining it. Held out your arms and length from the top of your tip to the other arm fingertip. Earth's history, human civilization of your name. Yeah. Oh no. You know, save it, bank it. You know, bank these ruminations. I had this mania. It's great to have one or two of these conversations every. I kind of make space. I make room. There was another analogy like that. Like, you know, if this was the size of this, then this is the size of the. I know. Remember that my mic, I have technical issues with my mic right now. It's not hitting a threshold hard enough for it, and it does cut out because I boosted it. Yeah, I had to boost the volume because somehow I think the diode is dying. Something about the diode is dying. So the gain is 20% boosted, and then it's like the input is increased by 20%. So it's gonna cut out every peak and all that. My original plan was to finish my lessons as soon as possible so I can go and troubleshoot it. That didn't happen. Anyways, it's gonna be a technical thing. We'll see if I can resuscitate my mic some way. Yeah, I anticipate it. Thank you though. Thank you for confirming my suspicions. I actually had no way of confirming because Sub-Zero is busy coding. I'm kidding. I'm gonna blame Sub-Zero for everything. Okay. 我12月 something 会 What could that look like? Hiro? Yeah, it does look like Hiro. Because this is low? No. I don't know what that is. 会回来 Oh my gosh, 会
我12月底会回来。
你会回来会 This is how you 会 I know, that's a boomer joke at this point. Did anyone remember 会 as in like laughing and chuckling? 会 How long ago was that? Was that like 6 years in internet time? That's like forever. 他什么之后他什么以后会回来
他什么时候会回来？
会回来 Alright. Yeah.
回来 上午，
上午. Yep. If it's above noon, it's the morning. Although I usually think of it as the position of the sun. Yeah. The time in the day flows downward. The top of the day is morning. Okay. An interesting way to look at it. Top of the day, what was it? Top of the morning to ya. Sorry, that's as generic and offensive, unintentionally offensive I can get about British culture. Sorry. I apologize in advance. But when I was thinking of top of the morning, I was thinking of some like BBC show. I don't think I've ever uttered those words in like an actual conversation. Top of them. But that it would be very apt in remembering 上午, top of the morning. Here's some example. Okay, so let's go. 我上午去上班.
我上午去上班。
今天下午有太清.
今天上午有太阳。
Oh, yang? Oh, yeah, that is. Oh, wow, that's yang. Oh, yeah, 太阳. Oh my gosh, that's sun. Well, it's related to the sun. 太阳. Oh, that makes so much sense that this is 太阳. 他上午吃了在行.
他上午吃了早餐。
早餐? Oh, I just took this character. But okay, 餐, so it is different. 吃了早餐.
他上午吃了早餐。
早餐. 上午11 what 中 I don't know.
上午11点。
Oh, that's DN? Oh my gosh, I should have guessed that's DN because of the right thing. Oh, okay. 11点. Okay, 11. Fair enough. 11 o'clock. 上午
中间
okay, in the middle. 中间 refers to middle interval. Yes, middle. Middle interval is still middle. 我住在城市的中间。
我住在城市的中间。
Okay. 他在中间。Okay. Street. Something. It's like something 街道。
街道中间。
Yeah, 街道中间。I set the tone incorrectly because I was like asking a question to it. 街道中间。街 is the same and 道 is the same. Yes, 街道. They're both the same, I think. No, actually, this might be different. But Japanese is, or like this character in Japanese. These, and this is miti, right? Miti in Japanese, which is street or street. It can be street. So Japanese to the rescue. And actually, it was indoor. Chinese.
中间。出生。
出生. Oh, 出生. Oh, that's kind of cute. to exit birth, like to exit, like to become to be born. That makes so much sense. Like I can't even describe it in any other way. That's literally like to be born. 出生 sheng is used in Japanese. Sheng, this is u, like uma, umareru, to be born. Let's see. Yeah, to exit the womb and begin life. Yeah, to be born. 他出生在美国。他妹妹昨天出生了。对，what the 他1999他1999年出生。
他1999年出生。
1999年出生。Okay. You have to say all the numbers separately. It's not 1999. You don't say like 19年. You say 1999. Actually, it's shorter instead of saying 1999. Like the year 1999. You say the year 1999. Which is funny. I think it's really funny. If you don't agree with me, you're wrong. I'm kidding.
"出生 有用
有用 yes 有用 useful. Hey, 有用 is also used for apps, right? Isn't this still 有用? Right? Oh no. 游泳城市 Nah. Could have sworn 游泳 could be used for apps as okay. There are many. Dang. TikTok auto plays when you refocus onto the screen. That's an interesting design choice. Okay. You look familiar. And I don't know. Oh, 读? Is that 读? 读中文? Maybe not. Yeah, it could be. 读中文 and 游泳. Oh, you know what 游泳 reminds me of? 游泳 reminds me of swimming. That's what I was thinking. 游泳. Not two different characters, but still 游泳. If you don't have enough context, oh boy, if you're not reading this without enough context, dude, you could be saying learning Chinese is very swimming.
懂中文很有用
懂 yeah,看懂 like yeah, to understand. Yeah, 懂 what am I? I'm thinking of a common phrase, but it's not coming to me. It'll probably come to me. Okay, 懂中文很有用。这个什么 website? Is that like who? Where? I don't know. 非常有用。
这个网站非常有用。
网站。
这个网站非常有用。
这个网站非常有用。I don't know. hard for me to make out the initial on. That's fine. We'll get it eventually, right? 这个公之 kind of looks like 之公之很有用。
这个工具很有用。
Oh, it's 之 not 之 Okay. It looks like a 之 but without the cap. But if you put the, I guess when you remove the cap, it becomes the 之. That's a coincidence. I didn't know how to say website. In fact, if I say this to my parents, they probably don't know what I'm talking about. This predates the internet for them. I like said email in Mandarin and they didn't know. They kind of guessed it was they say email. So whenever I say email, they say email. Email. Right? Me, e, l. O might be not as common syllable. Like how do you do what do you call those phonetic things?
有用。
用. It's so crazy. Oh. 有用. Oh yeah. Too long. 有用. 有用. Okay. 我
回来。有用。
上午。
上午。
中间。
中间。出生。
whoops. 出生。Let's go. A cup. 杯子. Let me guess. A silent child holding a cup. Okay, good. 杯子. 杯子 got smashed. I don't know how to say smash. 杯子 smash 了.
杯子砸了。
砸了。杯子 smash 了。That is something I would say to my parents though. That's how I sound most of Fujianese. Like you know, 这杯子 smash 了。这个杯子 smash 了。what was this?
杯子砸了。
砸了。杯子杯子里的水。杯子里的水。
杯子里的水。
里的水。Oh wow, that was very short. 杯子。
杯子。进来。
进来。Okay, please come in. 进来。请进来。Please come in. 我呢？ Oh no. Just. What is just? I know this character. I mean, it's a traditional character, but 我 got it.
我刚进来。
Dang it. 我刚进来。instead of 刚 ngoài giả giả probably 假 instead of 刚。
我刚进来。
我假见你了。我假见你。Yeah, 我假见你。 What is this? 外面外面很冷，外面很冷，快进来。Hold outside, quickly come in.
外面很冷，快进来。
很冷，快进来。啊，哎，外面很冷，快进来。Right? It's quickly now. I'm thinking of the Harry Potter scene where they were chaperoning around the like whatever that staircase place is, and then they're like, quickly now, hurry, come on, quickly now. Like chaperoning them to their like dormitories, and they just say quickly now, come. Although I do hear a lot of it's like 快点进来like 进来 is like constantly repeating the action. 你可以进来帮助吗？ No. Something one 忙 not 忙 no 帮 oh yeah that's 帮忙吗？你可以进来帮忙吗？
你可以进来帮忙吗？
Okay. I still find it so rewarding to read random sentences and guessing at the characters. It feels like yesterday when I couldn't read a single character in Chinese. But I recognize those characters in Japanese. I couldn't read a single Chinese character. And now it's just like the best thing to do ever.
进来。中午。
Okay. Makes sense. Middle of the noon is noon. Right? 中午 Right, 中午我每天中午在家吃午饭 No 午间 Wait, what was it? Was it like 间？
我每天中午在家吃午餐。
餐 Oh my god. And 餐 And so oh man, that's the normal word I would use. 餐 instead of 饭. 餐 is what I would hear more often. And then, I don't know why I'm not remembering. I've gotten so used to saying 午饭. 餐中午的太阳很 strong. That's totally strong because of Japanese, but I don't know how to say strong. 厉害
中午的太阳很强烈。
Oh, 强烈 Oh no, that's not even close. I didn't like I don't know characters.
中午的太阳很强烈。
强烈 Oh, I get the lian part. Then that's gotta be strong, but because of 強い强烈。
中午的太阳很强烈。
中午我吃了一个汉堡
中午我吃了一个汉堡。
汉堡 Oh yeah. This is 4?
中午我吃了一个汉堡。
Oh, it's 4 汉堡 I thought it might have been 汉堡 So it's 韩国 or 韩国 Oh no, yeah. My prototypic for Han is oh no, wait, this might be a different Han, isn't it? 汉堡包 Yeah, it was 汉堡。
中午我吃了一个汉堡。
Yeah, hanbao. Okay, all right. I haven't said hanbao bao in a while. That's like one of the first food items you get in Duolingo. Oh, wait. Wait. The heck? Did I typo? I could have.
中午
I must have typoed. I sworn I typed 中午. Probably not. Noon.
再生
再生, yeah, to be reborn again. Again plus birth. Life. Be born again. Yeah. 人死不能在中在生 people cannot 人死不能再生他在something 难他在 something 难 I think that's none. Different none. None. Out. After. Wall. Wall 在生了。
他在灾难后再生了。
后那后。
他在灾难后再生了。
他在 what?
他在灾难后再生了。
在 to 他在灾难后再生了。
他在灾难后再生了。
I guess. Jesus. Oh boy. I don't know what that is. Is it a simplification of so if it's that then chi? No, that doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, ji. Qian. Oh, that kind of looks like fresh. Ji. Qian. Right, qian as in very fresh. Xing or tian xing, xing xian. Or like ji xian. Ji xian. I don't know. Something. What the heck is this? Why is it written this way? 再次再相 That's probably 次 Yeah, 再次再相
耶稣将再次再生。
Yes.
耶稣将再次再生。
耶稣是 what?
耶稣将再次再生。
降耶稣在降 Oh, I see the 降耶稣Really? 耶稣在耶稣将再次再相
再生看来
seems resembles look it seemed yeah seems like 看来to look at something the way appearance comes to you is how it seems 这个人看来看来要不下雨了要下雨了看来要下雨了看来他很忙
看来他很忙
correct tone the first
看来
All right. Lots and lots of vocabulary. Love it.
杯子、中午、进来、看来、再生、
Okay. Next
车
one.
上、
车上 the car. No, fair enough. And they're probably gonna give us 上车 as well, the reverse, which is get into it, right? Probably. 车上 position comes second, and then action goes the other way. What was this? When you are in the car, you sit above the car seat. Okay. 他喜欢车上看书。Okay. Yep. 我在车上。车上有很多人。我
车上、中文、
中文 okay. 中文 literature of the middle country, the center country of the world, Chinese language. 中国 there's a lot of historical prevalence. 中 being the middle, and 中国 middle world. 你在学 is that 学？你在学中文？哦，你在读？你在读 it might be 读。
你在读中文。
Yeah, 读中文。Okay, so that's what 中文。
你在读中文。
把英文比 Oh no, that's not B. Something else. Oh no, I don't remember. Translate. I had this term, and it stayed the same actually. Simplified did not simplify that one. 把英文no 老师
把英文翻成中文。
翻成 Oh, I was close. Yeah, because this looked like Cheng, and then I didn't know this was Fa. Okay, not sure. So 把英文发成中文。
把英文翻成中文。
翻成中文 Oh, it might be fun.
把英文翻成中文。
Fun, F-A-N. Yeah, fun. 翻成中文 Oh no, I wasn't. It was really far apart.
中文。出来。
出来 Okay. Take out or come out. Okay, I guess we should. 你可以出来吗？你可以出来吗？不要出来。我今天不能出来。We're getting really common phrases, which
出来。
is kind of nice, but at the same time, I know there's a lot that could have been.
方。
Okay. Compass. That's a compass instead of direction, or How do you get this? Sword. Oh yeah, so they went with the sword with the lid. Okay, so they did the sword with serves as a compass. A sword with a lid serves as a compass. I can kind of see. And then directions. The character. Feng. Feng? Feng. Feng? I can't. This is Feng. Yi. Yu. Yu? Oh. That's a typo. Feng. Okay. Frodo is in front of the English, is in the chapel. Oh. Frodo is in front of the chapel on a quest to find the sacred compass. Could have been a golden compass moment, but we don't have that character. His map says that the direction to it right ahead as it is stored in the chapel. Frodo braces himself for the joy of completing his quest and walks in a forward direction towards the chapel. I guess he abandoned the one ring to all after all. Bad man. Sifeng. Oh, I get it. 4 sides. All the sides. Sifeng. The heck? Dongfang. Dongfang. Feng. Fengbian. Fengbian. Oh, Fengbian. Fengbian. Fengxiang. Fengxiang. Steering wheel. Fengxiang wheel. Fengxiang pang. Oh, a direction plate. Oh, that makes so much sense. Fengxiang plate. A direction. A plate for direction. A steering wheel. It's a plate for directions. That's great. Fengxiang, like regarding a plate regarding directions. Fengxiang. Fengxiang pang. An. Oops.
Fang. 出来
Ulai. Ah, I keep saying. 上
车上 方 中文
All right, one more lesson set. Let's go. Sure. Matter. Yes. Duolingo called this a thing. And I'm like, yeah. Like, it's a thing, right? It's a matter. It's a thing. But the thing is too generic. A pen? Ain't no way. A heckin' pen? Oh, I guess. Because you can imagine the 3 horizontal stroke is the hand. And you're like, alright. I can see the pen. This is taking a brush. They have the thing for brush, and you have to imagine the hand gripping from the side. Content. Young. Ding. Sure. Can't see it. Kinda looks like tongue. That kinda looks like tongue as well. Oh wait, that's sugar.
是
All right, what is Shrek doing in the bathroom of what is I? What does I stand for? Oh wait, I is optional. Inside the house. Shrek is in the bathroom of the house dealing with an important matter. He has accidentally gotten a large cross. Okay, I sort of see the cross in his mouth. See the mouth that he is trying to get out. He is using a pen. Oh, the pen is brought. Oh, I see. Out of his mouth. It seems this matter will take a while to resolve. I got a pen stuck in his mouth. No, a cross stuck. Interesting. Undertake. Tong? 从事. Okay, 从事. That's traditional. Bad thing. Bad? I don't know. 画室. That looks like. I don't think I've seen that character. Handle affairs. Oh, it's just like也是办事 no. 办 does have elements of 办 in 办事. Sensible is like 东 懂事 to simplify matters. 小事 生事 okay 生事 any of those. Shrek was in the bathroom house
是
dealing with a matter of the cross in the mouth with the pen.
外
With a pen. Magic stick in the evening. Okay, with Walter White in the bathroom of the high school. Oh boy. Walter White is in the bathroom of the high school around evening. Okay, he is trying to get outside the school without going through the main door so nobody see all the chemistry equipment he has stolen for his new meth lab. That's lore accurate. He takes out a magic stick. Okay, now we're not lore. He takes a magic stick from his pocket and lightly interesting a magic stick like a match stick from his light and lightly taps the bath. Oh, he could have just lit garbage can on fire or something, trigger the fire alarm. He takes a magic stick from his pocket and lightly taps the bathroom window. It suddenly turns into a door that he opens to get outside. Oh, it broke character. Why lie? Ooh, why lie? 外人 outsider, quite literally outside person. 外国 oh, I haven't used it this way. 外国 why that why how why how interesting. Why how nickname. Waifu. No, it's just Wai Tao. Waifu. Just realized what I said. Sorry. Wai Tao. Why? Walter White in the bathroom.
外电
Ian. Okay. Not a big difference between simplified and
低
traditional. Diddy Kong. Diddy. Yeah, it's a video game character appeared in Mario and Donkey Kong. Yeah, franchises. Diddy Kong has an interesting beginnings.
He's a small monkey that wears a red shirt and a cap. He is known for his agility, his love of race cars and racing it. Donkey Kong's favorite nephew. Ding. 2 dings. This one is 4th. To sting. Ding. Ding. Dian. Yao. Yao. Angling. I don't even know what that means in English. Like to like angling is a fishing. Oh, okay, so it really was referring to the fishing thing. Wait, is this really referring to the fishing thing? They capitalize everything. Huh. Idea.
D.
Okay. Still Dian, but lightning. This is like a kite, right? Oh no, they didn't use a kite? Oh, come on. You're looking at a rice paddy when suddenly lightning strikes it in the middle. Okay, rice paddy practically splitting it in two. The power of... Okay, that's fine. But it looks like a kite or lightning, you know? That's a very American-centric visualization. Kite for lightning. Benjamin Franklin. The light experiment. Got it.
Dian.
Yeah. Alright, Diddy Kong is in the basement of the pawn shop. Going to the bathroom. The problem is that the electricity has gone out. In the pitch black bathroom, he can't find the extra toilet paper rolls. All he hears is the sound of the rain outside. Nailed it. Outside and a bolt of lightning. Got it. Rain and lightning put together. Got electricity. Diddy, electricity came back on, but Diddy still can't find the toilet rolls. Maybe the customer stole them. They are a thrifty bunch after all. King shade. 电子 electronic 电子 电话 grid. I don't know what grid is. 电网 电视 电脑 Ooh, 电脑 got more exotic. Oops.
电
Okie dokie.
电 是 Y D.
Alright, let's do our reviews. Up and away, Adam. What time is it? Oh man. Okay. Ah man. Alright.
分 3 不明
Oh no. Not bright. What did they use for not bright?
Not bright is unclear? Or is it just undark? Dark. Oh, it's unclear. Okay. Cool.
工作
This was the brush, right?
有人 呢 人口 太
I think I can get away with or excessively. Ah.
咪 时 女人 女朋友 友好
Okay. Excuse me.
西北 用人 子女
I want to say like boys and girls. Hello? Oh, it's children. Okay. Like boys and girls? Children? Honey? Wait, is this still... Oh no, they used a different word for this. Oh, I remember now. Muscular arm.
波 水果 昨日
日
人手 大衣
Top coat. Sorry, inside joke from yesterday. E
雨衣 东北 爸爸 出门。奶奶。天。60。
Wait. I need some mnemonics to check this tone. Hulk is in the office building. In the office, yes.
火车。梯。下。小。雨。3月。开。
Wait. Oh, I wrote it backwards. The O and the U swapped around. I meant to type do. Instead I wrote do. Full door. Couldn't have been just didn't. Should have been DU.
都。多。
Oh, is it this one? 男子。
男子。那。他人。
No, wait. 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 How did this work? Still the same, right?
山。之。
Dang it! I slipped. Slipped. That's a typo. I think I'll accept the typo. Man, you really get into it. Things just go. Gotta go. Review the stuff. So rapid. I can see the dopamine flowing. Dopamine epic. What was DI stand for? Diddy. Yeah, Diddy Kong. This is compass. And lightning. lots of vocabulary words today, but not too much sound or component. I think we've covered. Oh, I would say quite a lot of the sounds are already covered now. So it's kind of getting into the groove now of blasting words and characters. We're hitting our stride. See. So we have direction. I'll do the definition. Electricity. Side. Matter. To return to come back. I think come back is back. Because of come a lie. 游泳哦上午 morning 中间 middle 出生杯子 up 中午 noon 看来 or to see seems 在乡 reborn. Yeah, so far most of the vocabulary I know. What do I how many vocabulary words? I think I know of like 2000 vocabulary words ish. Still eating pretty still largely reviewed when it comes to vocabulary words. I think reading the sentences have introduced more vocabulary, and reading the examples have introduced a lot of new vocabulary that I look forward to. 出来 oops. To come out. 车上 are 进来 come in 中文 Chinese, right? Chinese language. Language is important, largely because Chinese is both a language and a person. In contrary to a lot of people who go around doing the self-correcting reverse discrimination thing, where when someone say like, oh, you don't learn Chinese isn't a language, and it's like, well, Mandarin, they're gonna say like, you mean Mandarin, and I'm like, no, I mean Chinese, because not all Mandarin is Mandarin. Fujianese is not necessarily Mandarin. Chinese is a collective of dialects, so it gets a little bit more complicated, but it's kind of funny that discussion happens a lot. It does happen quite a lot, and especially when it's when someone speaks American English, whoever listens is more likely to correct. Like, this is observation, obviously, anecdotal observation, but if you speak American English, you are more likely to be corrected about English usage, which ironically, maybe not ironically, I actually say Chinese now more often than I say Mandarin, because when I say I speak Chinese, I'm not simply referring to Mandarin. I'm also referring to Fujianese, which if you say Fujianese is Mandarin, that would be very, very misleading. Right. Or you could say Mandarin and Fujianese if you wanted to be pedantic. So that would be the opposite of what the person is trying to do. That person is trying to be pedantic by saying, oh, Chinese is not a language. Chinese is a people. It's like the funny thing about that is what I could say in reverse is you don't understand English as well as you think you do. So it's like a person twisting and educating another person on English when that English itself, the nuance of that English term, means something else. So it's kind of like a competition of who's being more pedantic. Like if someone corrects you and say, well, Chinese is not a language, well, it is. Chinese is both a language and a group of people. That's one of the idiosyncrasies of English. But when someone corrects you on the usage of that English, it also ironically demonstrates how much less English they know, because it's either or. So if someone is proficient in English and also know the history of the Chinese language, right, 中文, then they would say nothing. They'd be like, oh, I know what you mean, as opposed to like being pedantic. That's kind of, in my opinion, one of those funny situations where is this person competent or they're making it in a statement that's due to incompetence, right? Like, oh, I know more English than you, so I'm going to correct your quote-unquote American English. It's usually American English. So, and I've had this conversation multiple times. Also, personally, I had acquaintances in which they are the ones to correct the other person. Like, oh, no, you mean Mandarin. And I'm like, I know, I sit there and I'm just thinking like, boy, it like stops a conversation dead as well. Like where someone genuinely is curious about your background and they're like, oh, hey, do you speak Chinese? And then, you know, another person being pedantic would say like, I don't speak a nationality. And I'm like, I speak, you mean Mandarin? And then immediately I just think, wow, that is a very lack of emotional intelligence, especially stopping dead when a stranger is interested in asking you a question. That's my personal take on things. It did end the conversation. Like all I can think about, like a lot of things I can think about from the other person's perspective is like, dang, I was just gonna ask you if you can speak some Chinese, but never mind if you're gonna be like that. Like these things happen all the time actually when you hop into a Twitch stream or like read video comments. You end conversations. Like so many conversations deal with being pedantic without emotional intelligence a lot of times. This one is a particular a very particular one. And now that I'm, you know, Hanyu, right? Hanyu, 中文, 普通话, right? 普通话. There are various expressions of referring to the language with different nuances. However, in English, you need another modifier. So when someone says, hey, do you speak the Chinese language? The other person is going to say, well, Chinese is not a language. It's like, oh, well, the Chinese language is a language. It's Chinese. It's the language of Chinese people. So I kind of like that they're defining this, right? It does make it more clear in the future when you're saying 中人 or 中国人, right? 中国人 as opposed to 中文, right? 中国人 would be Chinese too. However, if one was trying to be tricky or being redundant or like more harsh, it would be Chinese. 中文 is Chinese, and 中国人 is still Chinese in English, like colloquially, right? If you were Americanizing it. But using like that as an excuse to target people feels like you might as well not talk to that person. It's kind of one of those things like, how do you say don't talk to me without saying don't talk to me? You correct someone when they ask a question immediately by assuming they don't understand. That's one of those things that, very common. What should I say? How should I say this? Symptom of hyperobjectivity online. It's another plug or digression for hyperobjectivity. Just because you're right or you're technically right, makes you less and less approachable as a conversational. Like, if that's how you want to introduce yourself, then I hope that the people understand that you have less and less people who want to talk to you. Right? Your first introduction is you're being argumentative. Feels bad, man. How does it work when it comes to the streamer life? I would say 50-50. You take a coin flip. Lots of times people introduce themselves by correcting you. As in like, oh, hey, hello. And then that person's gone already. Wanted to know that they're right. Weird thoughts about this. There's plenty of other examples, but understanding nationalities, country nationalities and language names in English. That's a bit of a recurring meme. So let's write the reads for these. Right? Yes. Oh no. What was it? Frodo in the bathroom? Hoang. Frodo is in the bathroom of the chapel. What is he doing? Using a compass? Using a compass to find the direction of... something with a sword? No. Finding the compass of... oh, finding the direction to the compass. Like the special compass. Was it bathroom? I think it was bathroom. Or is it outside of the chapel? Oh no. Outside the chapel. Like, that doesn't sound right. How would he be looking for it in the bathroom? I should be writing this out soon. This was my typo. Wall. Diddy was... yeah. Bathroom. Right? Yes. The toilet paper rolls. Why? True. Okay, let's do these. Alright. I don't think I need to do the bottom one anymore. Kind of very cumbersome. But I already set the read while I was translating. Usually I prefer to just say the read as opposed to translating. Right? Okay, so let's do these ones. We have Frodo outside chapel looking for the direction compass using the compass to look for the direction. I don't know which order. For the direction of the compass? Using a compass to look for another compass? What? It's close enough. Wall, what is that? You? Dumbledore is outside of the office. Oh, this is the office building. Office building, counting, like, you remove the side of the wall to count how many people, office workers. Yeah, Diddy Kong is in the bathroom. Handwriting. Diddy Kong is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Away out of the rain. I mean, the electricity was out because it was raining outside with the lightning. And when the electricity came back, he's still looking for toilet paper roll. I think the toilet paper rolls were what gave it away. Good old Walter White was in the bathroom of the high school, trying to sneak out without being noticed. Sneak outside without being noticed. It was in the evening, right? It was in the evening, and he used his magic stick to conjure up a door which breaks lore. Okay. And then we have Shrek was in the bathroom of the house, trying to deal with a cross in his mouth. Cross mouth by using a pen. And this has become a grievous matter. Okay. Guess we can go over this again. 回来有用有用有用降午中间出生杯子中午看来带伤出来车上进来中文 right. And there you have it. We're done. We added another fun little digression. Oh, maybe we should do. I feel like I want to like draw like a banner, some sort of representation. It's like, hey, digression in progress, or it's time to spill. It's time to spill the tea or something. Not that type. Make graph go up. Looks like the curriculum got updated yesterday. Kevin is still hard at work. Yep, still doing the 2-week updates. It's almost like Kevin decided every 11 to 14 days he would add something. That's really work. Look at this graph. Look at this beauty. Is this how far back we started learning new?
Has it really been this long since we changed the workload? No. It's because these things are just papering up. It hasn't been a month, right? Today's day 21. It's only been 3 weeks. 3 weeks. It'd be nice if I could see or like click on this. What is in here? I made one error. That was more of a typo. Yeah, this is a beautiful graph. All right. Well, that's it. That's a wrap. Hope, yeah, see you next time. I hope I can get the mic problem under control. If not, it looks like I'm gonna be in the market for a new mic. That's kind of tough because I already budgeted so many things. We'll see. Maybe I should go out on a poll, make a list of mics and get. I don't mind sounding a little bit more bassy, so there's a chance for a lower. Maybe I could try a dynamic mic. I haven't owned a dynamic mic yet. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. Sorry about the audio today. I'm sure there's gonna be like some sizzling and cutting and peaking somewhere because I had to amplify my mic. Something happened with the feed. The feed is not as powerful as it was, so I think it might be a rip for my mic, a 12-year-old mic. So more on that later. Thanks again for chilling. If you were here, I love the conversation. Again, I'd be throwing happy dollars from alluding to yesterday's digression. I have happy dollars, I invest, right? If you ask a question, I'll give you an essay. If you're here for the essay, I'll give you a story, right? That's what this is about. Hopefully that normalizes something. Not here to exchange pleasantries. I know lots of people prefer that way. That's cool. Say hi, I'll say hi back. But the deep discussions that keep me going, I wouldn't be streaming otherwise. So as a reminder, no need to apologize. I've already determined I was going to allocate time, right? Anyways, thanks for hanging out. If you ever stop by, I would love to hear stories, little anecdotes about your take on things, and encourage a polite but mutually respectful way of exchanging ideas. Definitely worth investing in people that are able to. Until next time, if you're gonna watch this, 谢谢, right? And until next time, 下次再聊吧, right? Talk to you guys next time. Stay safe, stay healthy, take care, folks. Bye bye.